We'll now the legislature debate with Attendee on Friday. It's going to be ballot harvesting versus taking machines out of all.
Ballots hand counted, so you need a voting. You guys gotta realize all the stuff that was put illegal in 2020 by the Secretary of State. This ever done in world history before. We are using this in this coming election this fall in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Kentucky. So you'll have plenty of time before the 2024 election, and everyone's going to go this way.
Hold on, whoa. You're going to, so in the Kentucky, in the Louisiana, and Virginia,
Mississippi, those three.
So Mississippi, Louisiana, and Kentucky, your plan's going to be...
Yeah, so we'll have proof of concept. Everybody's going to be happy. We're going to go, well, and I'll tell you this, with transparent, with what we're going to do after this plan, I'm telling you, when Donald Trump runs in 2024, this country is 70% red, period. Redder than Ronald Reagan.
Do you believe that when you talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends, that it's 2/3 red, 70%? Down in your mind? Oh, we got some special guests here. A name and where you're from?
Lake Patterson, St. Johns County, Florida.
And what are you here for?
I'm here because of the president.
Donald J. Trump?
Yes, sir. 150%. So I'm the Republican Party county chair, and we have a group of great patriots in our party.
Terry Lake's going to speak in his club. We just put that.
Yeah.
Caroline, how are you? Good to see you. We just
So we saw in 22 vote by mail. So they won the in-person ballots. They lost the vote by mail, and that's right there in very conservative St. Johns County, Florida. Ron DeSantis is.
And we are all on your side. Yes. So when you see our badge, come talk to us. And we have a panel today at 1:30. Come and ask us questions.
I don't send them money.
I
don't like that.
1DE.
It's going to bring us up to probably one of the great warriors in our country.
Julianne Murray. All right. I ran in 2020 for governor of Delaware as a first-time candidate. Ran in 22 as AG and lost by 3.8% in Delaware. Understand election interference tremendously. And I took out our state chair, and I'm the state chair for Delaware.
To introduce to you our fabulous executive director for Nebraska, a grassroots patriot, my friend Dawn.
Hi. I am so happy to be here.
One district, one county at a time. Mons, what about the challenge over here?
I want to
hang on. You've got guys, men and women that are dedicated to this country back. They love Mike Lindell. They sleep on my pillow. They sleep on the topper. They sleep on the Giza dream sheets. Promo code War Room. Promo code War Room. They love you, but they're saying, hey brother, I'm going to ballot harvest like crazy here. You show me an alternative.
No, they're very much. I got two things to say to that. The ballot harvesting, all that, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about that now because after the event in August, you're all going to go, wow, this is when we have to do it. I will say this with the RNC, when I was there and ran for chair and got to meet you all and meet everybody, there right now, when that's before, and you know this, the resolution that the RNC is having a week after the event in August, it's a resolution for same-day voting, paper ballots hand-counted, and voter ID. So I believe we have enough votes in the RNC to get this pushed through.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Our county California, you spoke to this person, they want to turn it on election day, and then you called it on election day and said, have you done this? We can do, patriots can step up and do it. We are 70% of this country. They are stealing elections from us on the left because they have unlimited money to do it, and we can fight back. But do not wait for any party committee or any major donor or hedge fund manager to come and save us. It's up to you guys in this room, in the war room, to do it ourselves.
Okay, so for Nebraska, we have 5 federal delegates, 3 Congress, 2 United States senators, and our governor is Republican. All of them are Republican. and they do not work with our state party since we had our mayor. No more money. Our group was ran by Pete.
The cage match, Scott Presler, Matt Brainerd, Mike Lindell.
My name is Jeff Webb. I'm the CEO of Human Events, our company in public policy, because I believe that our country and our traditional way of life were being threatened, and I felt compelled to try to make a difference. Charlie's brilliant and energetic voice in reporting on the Biden border crisis and Antifa terrorism in American cities. Have made Jack a household name in America and beyond. Jack Basoga. For that, we look forward to a great forum to address these concerns and reestablish trust in journalism.
So I'm going to take that one. A big part of the problem with mainstream media is that they have been lying for several years. And I think we're all really, really aware of that.
Several is doing a lot of work there.
Right, yeah, several. Yeah, they lied about COVID, they lied about vaccines, they lied about schools, they've lied about pride, they've lied about, does anyone else have any? I mean, there's really so many. All of the above, right? I mean, they've just been lying about everything.
I think it would be harder to find a list of things they're telling the truth about.
I think that's correct, yeah.
We just kind of assume they're lying now.
Yeah. So the key thing is that you can't believe the narrative that you are told. You always have to think for yourself, examine sources yourself, examine information yourself. Ludicrously, they lied about the laptop, they're lying now. Just yesterday, this was fascinating, I don't know if you guys saw this, Kamala Harris was talking about climate change and how important it is to mitigate climate change. And she said as part of the plan to mitigate climate change, we should reduce population. It was later the White House tried to clean it up and they adjusted her remarks on the website, but we all saw what she said. So this is why we don't trust them.
Charlie did not say that. That was not Charlie. Not this time. He said some other stuff, and I assume he'll probably be saying some more.
A little bit of an event today, guys. So if don't think negatively of me. We have a couple lines we're trying to sort out, which is not our fault. That is the federal government who decided to. We asked for 10 mags, and we got 3, and we were told DC only wanted to send us 3. Of course, there's nothing to that. It's fine. So when you see other attendees, just warmly remind them. Turning Point wishes we could get them in quickly. So we're managing that. So thank you guys for being here, by the way. This is a historic event. And we're gonna be hearing from some of the biggest names. I think it's the best speaker lineup you could possibly imagine, right? And it's really something. And I also want to encourage you guys to make Human Events and Post-Millennial daily websites you guys visit. The more you deal with the media, they're not doing reporting, they're doing activism that is thinly veiled as reporting. They're not looking into stories. We say it repeatedly, but it's worth focusing and emphasizing. They do have an agenda, and they look at they judge their success and how much they make conservatives suffer and who they can take off the chessboard. That's pure unadulterated activism, right? So, I mean, you see it with not just Donald Trump, but you see it with James O'Keefe, or you see it with any of our great heroes that they go after. They're not here to go tell stories or trying to have, equal balance. And this is the other thing you have to understand with the media, is that the media works hand in hand with the Justice Department and our justice system, where reporters now get off. They get a thrill at a story that leads to somebody that goes to jail. And this is how sick these people are, right? Where it's like I hope you guys understand that they are at a place where they consider their endeavor to be successful if they can write a piece that will lead to a MAGA Republican having to spend the rest of their life in jail or bankrupt or losing their nonprofit or whatever it might be. And so Look, they are the enemy of the people. There's ascendant new media like Post-Millennial and Human Events and our podcast and Jack Posovic's podcast. But you as consumers, please stop consuming the information of the normie establishment. There's so many options out there, guys. There's Real America's Voice. There's Steve Bannon Show. There's Jack Posovic. There's Timcast, which he does an amazing job, right? Patrick Bet-David, who I think is a really...
Like old media versus new media. How many people in this room in the last year, whether it was the firing of Tucker or other, have stopped watching Fox News? Wow, can we get a shot of that? Guys, can we get a shot of that real quick?
Charlie, I didn't expect this many hands. I thought maybe like half the room.
That was almost unanimous.
Basically the whole wow.
Sorry guys, I don't have a mic, but I wanted to jump in here and say that independent journalists like myself and the fact that I have a career has been a direct result of the lies of the media. So thank you to everybody sitting here right now for being awake enough, smart enough, driven enough to go and find the truth. I think that's a beautiful thing. And again, the post-millennial, every single one of the independent journalism outlets that we have just highlighted has been a direct result of the attack and the lies that we have all been faced with. So we're living through such a beautiful time right now where
Free speech renaissance of sorts for social media. So how has Twitter under Musk changed? Also, as a result of this, how have other platforms changed?
Well, I mean, everybody's looking at me, so I might as well just take it. Everyone knows
Do you have a Twitter account?
Look, I have a little bit of a Twitter account. Look, some people, like, there's worse addictions to have, all right? Hunter Biden couldn't even shake his in the library of the White House. So, look, all I gotta say about that, look. Does anyone actually think that Hunter Biden was going in the library to read books? Does anyone think, oh, hey guys, I'm just gonna be here brushing up on my Teddy Roosevelt? No, Spanish.
The macro trends of the people that track this polling every couple weeks, from the moment Elon Musk liberated Twitter to all of a sudden it's like a 30 or 40 point swing. I believe it, I could prove it empirically, and it's because Twitter allows you to do the thing that the regime wants to outlaw, which is to commit the crime of noticing.
Also, now we can tell the truth about what goes on with that.
Thank you. Okay, next, maybe, Charlie, you can substantial influence exerted by social media platforms like Twitter, and also emerging new media platforms like the Post-Millennial and Human Events.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, the electoral victories you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Electoral. Yeah, this is why they have to indict Trump. It's all going to come down to 3 states: Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia. It was a highway robbery of the U.S. Constitution in 2020. They know they cheated. They're afraid they're not going to be able to do it again. In the same way or fashion, COVID presented an opportunity for them to go all out totalitarian. Far too many of people on our side played into the COVID hysteria and nonsense all throughout the summer, changing the voting laws, all that stuff. Not to mention the 50 intel agencies signed a letter and I lost my Twitter account, Hunter Biden laptop, all that stuff, right? So I'm hopeful. We have a lot of breakouts, by the way, on election integrity, so I don't even want to get into that right now. You guys should go attend those breakouts. That's an infinitely deep conversation. But I want to talk about the information war, which I think is what you're touching on. How do we translate this? A liberated Twitter is a direct threat to the Democrats getting another 4 years in the White House. If Elon Musk can keep Twitter the way it is, and yes, there's a deep state of Twitter and all this, but it is an exceptionally better platform. And for those of you that doubted Elon, he might turn his back on us at some point. He has held the line, everybody, and I'll give you an example. Matt Walsh's documentary, What is a Woman, which is one of the best pieces was like shadow banned by people at Twitter, and it was like this whole thing, and Elon just came in as the CEO and elevated it. It was seen by like 45 million people. Now, there's a reason why they're trying to keep Tucker Carlson on the sidelines. Where has Tucker been able to get his message out? On Twitter. In fact, he's getting his message out even more. He's reaching between 60 to 120 million people per episode, which just blows away. Tucker in the arena increases our chance to take back the White House in 2024. It's because Tucker is the best at noticing things and describing them in a way that everyday ordinary people can understand in a very persuasive, lighthearted way. He's the best, right?
Okay, and I think as we all saw yesterday, right? if you saw what Tucker did with all those candidates yesterday up on that stage, with what he did to Mike Pence, to Tim Scott.
We're going to have a better chance. The feds and the intelligence agencies are going to use everything at their disposal to try to get Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a threat to Operation 2024 White House. They might threaten government contracts. They might threaten Starlink. They might threaten, electric vehicle subsidies. We're going to see what Elon Musk is made of, right? Really quickly, because I firmly believe a liberated Twitter makes our chances of a fair election far greater. At least, here's what's amazing. Every poll shows America in the last 13 months has become more of a center-right country. Well, what changed? The #1 place for chatter online is finally liberated. When we are able to speak, we are able to win.
Let's keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger. Powerful. That seems to
Hey, New York, yeah.
Yeah, get me. My sister gets the post.
The Democrats destroyed New York.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to go over there? Oh, yeah, I'll meet you back.
As most of the other Republican governors have done. If the world doesn't do another term, things stay as they are.
Never heard of him.
Oh, rhino trader, very nice.
I don't think a lot.
He got me funny for that one.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, he's still contributing to it.
I don't have anything negative to say about it.
Thank you.
If Congress wants it, then we'll vote
He's so eloquent. He speaks well, articulate. He's got some fresh ideas.
And he's got some great
So 10 minutes is the same as about 45 minutes of power walking for the number of calories burned. Not only that, but it improves the circulation to a dramatic degree, increases bone density, so it's actually been shown in
Yeah,
to eliminate osteoporosis.
I'll do that. It's been substantially 5 times.
I did.
So it's a service issue. Because it's work product,
What's that?
which we've never will.
vibrates your body. So like, for example, for increasing your bone density, it's stimulating your muscles and you're getting multiple muscle contractions every single second. And that actually puts a load, on your bones, which stimulates your muscle.
Yeah, but mine's a different, mine's an older model. But,
oh yeah, that's good.
yeah, I guess. How do you move your fingers?
So bad.
He gonna be here.
I know.
Yeah, in a few hours.
I can't wait to meet Rob. I'm gonna try so hard.
All the profit.
I was in a video with him called "The Patriot Suite" by Borgiato Blow.
Okay.
I was dancing.
Okay.
Did you know he was in a video?
No.
Look up Patriot Suite on YouTube. Borgiato.
I'm scared. How hot are we talking? Like medium. Okay, good.
They're the same. From the man himself. It's good, right?
Ship it to my house?
Yeah.
A nice flash or anything. Or diet and just start through.
I mean,
Usually it has
so
like
it would be like
rainbow
this if somebody was balancing the colors.
It's usually like the rainbow.
Yeah, it's just depends on how hard.
Now pull it out. And you just maxed out the minute you Hi.
Wow. So these are actually $20, and they're. I mean, like, if you need to use your phone, it's not. Well, they are. You can use your phone with these. So this pocket right here, you can get a phone call. You just keep the copper between you and your body. Like my bag has, and it's got without copper. So the copper is what's protecting. If I want full Faraday, I go in here.
Just go to the other end, not one.
So I just tried. It tastes like a lemon.
So the brochure that you have, okay, link to our website.
Hey, wait a second. Hey, can I have you go down there and help me bring it?
Got it.
Democrats just want us to fall into that. In certain states where actually they've embraced ballot harvesting, like in California, and in others, Republicans can do better and better. For low propensity voters, we have to embrace the same legal methodology of harvesting votes and chasing votes where legal to increase our chances to defeat the Marxist Democrats in November of 2024. So what does this look like? Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin. This event is not just about oh yeah, super excited, get fired up, and then you go home. This is an event of action. You know you're losing our country. And I hate when people say this, but it is darn true. If we do not win back the White House in 2024, this country's gonna be in a almost irreversible position. But here's what I know at my core. There are more of us than them. There are more of us than them. All we have to do is get that translated into more pieces of paper counted at the end than them, and we will win back the White House in 2024. It's going to require a mentality shift. I think it's a waste of money to have 1.5 billion failures and tabulators. We need to have our low propensity voters show up. And I think we have something here. You guys can follow the QR code. Where we're going to be talking about this for the next couple of days. Where if we have ballot chasers in the states that matter, then the Democrats will have no way to be able to get towards what they call victory. It's not possible because we've been playing for one day, election day. They've been playing for 30 days. Imagine if we just do a little bit of it. Imagine if we just get some of our low propensity voters and we get them to turn out. They want to call everything a democracy. By the way, we're a republic, not a democracy. I'm so sick. Do you know what democracy is? Democracy is not what they think it is. Democracy's become a game. Who can get the most pieces of paper and put them in the ballot box in a 30-day period? I don't like it. But you know what I hate? I hate losing. I hate not being in the White House. I hate seeing this craven, sinister, evil traitor that calls himself the President of the United States defecate on our country every single day. He's an evil man. And I will not be able to tell my daughter in good faith that I did everything I possibly could if we keep on doing the failed old strategy of just show up on election day. Just show up on election day. There's a reason, in my opinion, why they are indicting our frontrunner. Because they are going after a man who's able to bring out hundreds of thousands of voters that otherwise would not vote in 3 core states. And we have a lot of you represented here. And they also know something else. Look around. The Republican Party is now a grassroots party. We are not a party of the oligarchs. We're not a party of the ruling class. And what we are going to be talking about through our breakout sessions, through our speakers, through talking to the great experts of how we secure our elections, of how we stop this ridiculous pattern of mass mail-in voting if possible through the legislature is this, is that we know the majority of Americans do not approve of what Joe Biden is doing. We know a majority of Americans think it is insane that our federal government says that men can give birth. Why is it that a majority of people believe something, and yet our government is totally out of touch with them? It's because they have designed and concocted a game. And the game came post-COVID. Our reaction to COVID will go down as one of the most reckless responses. We never should have shut down our schools. We never should have had all these mRNA vaccines. Huge mistake. And we never should have allowed mass mail-in voting to become the law of the land. Nation in human history. And I know this. I travel the country and I talk to so many of you that there is a volcanic eruption that is about to occur against these people that have been keeping January 6th defendants in gulags. A volcanic eruption that is about to explode against the people that are indicting Donald Trump. A volcanic eruption that's about to explode against the people that say our democracy is safe and secure. You send the message these next couple of days. We play to win to defeat the Marxist Democrats. God bless you guys. Enjoy the next couple of days.
Outside upon Paul Traders, the British have the money, the media, the power, spies permeating amongst them. And if those odds weren't bad enough, they were well trained, well equipped, well armed.
Charlie out here now. They told us to come over here to get him. Send Charlie. Come out here and tell us we can't.
So was I.
Why can't I get my chair?
The elites have attempted to stack the deck. Whether it's the big tech billionaires seeking to censor us, or using their vast wealth to put the scales of
By the way, we want to talk to your event later. They suck.
You want to tell me?
Yeah, we want Charlie Kirk to come out here and tell us that after standing online for 4 hours in 115 degrees sweltering garage, to be told when we finally get to the front that we can't come in. We can't see, there's a wall up, and we can't come in. And all of hundreds of people are back here who came from all over the country, and they won't let us in.
Do they say why?
No.
But this is outrageous. I just spent $1,000 on my airline ticket to fly here from New York City.
They claim there's no more seats.
I'm staying in a hotel, and I can't get in. I waited 4 hours. My friend has my seat in there because I had to come out here for a second. There's a seat in there waiting for me.
I think somebody, I've been begging the security to tell Charlie Kirk that there's a problem, and Charlie Kirk needs to come out here and address the hundreds of us who can't get in.
This is not how you treat your supporters.
That's right.
Grossed $40 million in its first 6 days. But if we are to prevail against the cultural Marxists trying to destroy this beautiful country, we must reject the comforts and distractions that have pacified us for the last decades. We must reject the status quo, complacency, fear, discomfort, ostracization that divide us. We must also, as Republicans, reject the infighting, demagoguery, tribalization, and cults of personality within our...
I love you too now.
about you. I don't know about you, Turning Point, but I'm ready to get started and go win in 2024. We've been working really hard in the House of Representatives the last couple months. We started a process with a couple of my colleagues who you're going to hear from a little bit to actually make the House of Representatives the people's house once again. And listen, in that process, we've had to break eggs. We've had to break some chairs. That's a joke, we didn't break any chairs. We've had to break some bureaucratic habits. But it's all designed with one goal in mind, and that is for America First policies, conservative policies, to actually happen in the House of Representatives. And while we've been in the middle of doing that, the radical left continues their culture war against us. They continue to want to drive a wedge between a child and their parent. They try to tell moms today in America that it's okay if your child changes their gender. We're just not going to tell you about it until it's too late. My mother would have torn their schools asunder if they tried to do that with me. And that's not a joke, that's a fact. My family's here, they know my mom, they know what I'm saying is the truth. These are the people who decided last year in the last Congress when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker. By the way, aren't you glad that we got rid of Nancy Pelosi? But these are the people. We can no longer wait and hope. We have to get into the streets. We got to talk to neighbors. We got to talk to communities. We got to figure out the election plan in all these states. And if they're playing that game, we got to play it too, and we got to play it better than them. It's still weird to me that this man has the nuclear football because he's absolutely terrible at this job. We have a guy who literally sat next to his son while his son is texting out looking for more money, and he comes and tells you and I've never talked to him about our business deals. We all know you lying, Joe. I got kids. You have kids. I know when my sons have to show up for practice. I know when the game schedules are. You mean to tell me I don't know how my son was paying for the beach house over in Rehoboth Beach in Delaware? You mean I don't know how we are living in the lap of luxury and nobody in this family got a job except me? Saving this great nation. It is about preserving America. Yes, it's about making America great again. And it's about maintaining consistent and applying consistent, common sense, conservative solutions that will make America the leader in this world for another 100 years. That is the mission in front of us, Turning Point. So I'm gonna be there with you. I know you're gonna be there with us. Let's get ready. It's gonna be a fight, but I don't know if you know about me, I like a good fight. In the middle of the battle for Speaker of the House on the steps of the Capitol in January, Manu Raju from CNN asked me, he goes, Congressman Donalds, are you concerned about any retribution because of your stance about the Speaker's vote? And I said, man, Manu, I'm 6'2", 275. I ain't worried about that. Turning Point. That's gotta be our attitude and our mission. Well, for some of y'all, don't be 6'2", 275. But we gotta tell the radical left, we're not worried about that. We're not worried about them. We are here to save America, and we're gonna get the job done. God bless you all. God bless America.
And this year, when I was elected to Congress, I, as well as Byron Donalds and Representative Matt Gaetz, engaged in something called the Speaker's Fight, which you guys all saw, and we helped to change the very foundation in which Congress functions. Did you know that I was told I couldn't censure Adam Schiff? I was. They told me I couldn't do it. And do you know what I did? Work against the American people. I see candidates running for office in a primary that have no, yes, they demanded money. Yes, lots of money. Actually, they said it was the obligation of every American to pay $200 a month because we should do that for Ukraine. They then said that they wanted F-35s. Yeah, exactly, no. But then after that, they said something even more disturbing, and I'm telling you now because when I spoke about this on the War Room and when I told the media about this, I had left-wing reporters saying that I was lying. Mind you, that they weren't there, I was with the congressional delegation. I had the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament tell me and my husband, as well as some other members of Congress, that after Russia left Crimea, they wanted to create a private military army. Military contractors, similar to the Wagner Group. Do you guys know how dangerous that is? And yet we have people running for office that are advocating that we send our sons and daughters to die in a foreign war that we have no business interfering with. I'm telling you right now, and I'm sure my colleagues backstage will agree with me, I will not vote to send our sons and daughters to die in Ukraine. And I refuse to back any presidential candidate that will do that, which is exactly why early on I endorsed President Trump for president.
Florida men, Ponce de Leon famously traversed this land looking for the fountain of youth, and more recent arrivals have completed that adventure. We call it the Villages. Seminole winds whisper through our river of grass, still home to swamp monsters like gator, bear, even the Florida panther, though a different breed of cougar does roam the streets of Palm Beach. Today our young and bright minds build great companies, share life-changing innovations, and launch our best beyond the stars and into the heavens. In recent years, I've traded far too many days in the swamps of my beloved Florida for the swamp of Washington, D.C. And if you haven't noticed, I've directed a little sunshine into some pretty dark spaces. Our watch. No more messaging bills, no more press releases devoid of action, no more bluster and bullshit masquerading as bravado. The House of Representatives is the people's house. And the establishment has learned in vote after vote that the low energy, low IQ, low T husks of humans don't work here anymore. Now I roll with Byron Donalds and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Anna Paulina Luna and Lauren Boebert and many more. And of course, we ride or die with President Donald John Trump. But we cannot do it alone, and so I have to ask you, are you ready for what comes next? Joe Biden just activated 3,000 reservists. Sleepy Joe, who promised us that he was going to be like the national sedative, is now exporting cluster munitions to Ukraine. We are still demining cluster munitions in Laos 50 years later. It's a terrible thing. A president who most days cannot find his pants, should not be able to sleepwalk the United States of America into a war with a nuclear power. So I need you to help me get this nation to focus. Defeating Russia in the Donbas is not as important as ensuring that the dollar defeats the yuan for all of your future. Your leaders obsess over these broke-down Russian tanks oceans away, but they ignore the Chinese conversion of Cuba to a high-tech launching pad for chaos in our homeland. Are you ready for the change in pace in today's economy? Most sixth graders will have jobs in the future economy that don't even exist today. The skills I developed in school, memorization, LexisNexis research, technical writing, quite soon those skills will be less useful than John Fetterman. So I need you to view your personal skill stack as operatives and warriors in this movement as the most important portfolio that you could ever manage. If you aren't an online warrior, become one. If you don't know how to use the most modern communications and election technology, learn it. If you're not ballot harvesting yet, there are people here you can collaborate with who will teach you. Let's get on the balls of our feet. Let's get on the front end of this fight. The left's ideas, their platforms, their candidates, heck, even some of their women just grow more sterile with every self-loathing iteration. The way to respond to sterility is virality. This is an activist conference, so be active, be energetic, be useful, and tell people what you think as you mobilize. Everything right now is so dead and boring and lame and trans. Heck, even the trans want to change. And even though a bunch of you here aren't old enough to drink yet, you were not happy with that Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney thing. But look, in these days, he could have been the new Barbie. Speaking of which, there's this big online debate raging right now, and I just want to settle as one true north for the nature of truth itself. Margot Robbie is not mid. A 10 is a 10, even with Common Core math. Turn to God. Some things, sometimes it feels every day. In America, there will be time for students to pray if they choose. And you know what? This beautiful new Supreme Court that President Trump gave us just might uphold a constitutional law like that based on the values that this country was built on. In these fights, we must also turn to each other. We are one family, one movement, one nation, our brother's keeper. Turn to your country proudly with reverence and love. America is the greatest assembly of humanity in history. Don't you ever let some childish athlete or spoiled celebrity or socialist politician ever tell you otherwise. Now, these are abnormal times, my friends. And so I've come to Turning Point to recruit abnormally tough operatives in this battle for America. And it is a battle for America, not a battle for Crimea, not a battle for some sand dune in Syria or some mire pile in Mogadishu. America first, always, and forever. See, some say that America is a constitution or an idea, but America is not an idea. America is a place. America is our home, and we must protect our home. I know as we look out over the economy that Biden has presided over, the degradation of our energy industry, the unspeakable violations of our social norms that we can barely discuss in polite company, I know.
of a pervasive culture of censorship across this country. And when you tell people they cannot speak, that is when they scream. You tell people they cannot scream, that is when they tear things down. And what happened in this country is that starting in 2020, we were told that there's a pandemic that we know began in a lab in Wuhan on the other side of the world. We knew it then. But you could not say it or else you were a racist. You could not say it or they would lock your social media accounts down. You were told that you had to stay locked down in your homes and you couldn't protest a lockdown. You couldn't talk about school lockdowns on social media. You had to stay locked in your basement even as BLM and Antifa traveled the streets of this country and burned them to the ground. You were told that it takes somehow 10 years to make a new medicine or a vaccine, or else you can't take it unless it's safe for 10 years. And yet, they develop a vaccine in less than a year and they mandate that you take it without asking any questions. And you were told that if you disagree with all of this, that if you don't like the direction of this culture of censorship and authoritarianism in the United States, that you have an election to set this right. That in our republic, you get one person, one vote to hold the people in charge accountable. And you were told that you had a chance to actually deliver it. And yet, on the eve of that election, a story is published about the Hunter Biden laptop story that we now know was absolutely grounded in truth, from bribes paid from China to, remember this one, bribes paid from Burisma, a Ukrainian company whose owner was on the board of the State National Security Council paying bribes to now the son of the President of the United States, that is now making good on that bribe by sending $200 billion of American taxpayer money to defend somebody else's border halfway around the world instead of defending our own border here at home. You were told that we actually had an election in this country, and yet, what happened? They did not let you send that story on social media. They shut down the account of the fourth largest paper in circulation in the United States, the New York Post, founded by Alexander Hamilton.
A lot better than Ron DeSanctimonious, that I can tell you.
How you guys doing? How you guys doing? Hey. How are you guys? Yeah. So, a couple of things I'll just say is on Monday, we will be releasing our list of federal judges to the appellate courts, as well as my likely nominees to the Supreme Court. Not gonna, I know several of you are aware of that, not gonna address questions on that now, that's coming Monday. And on Thursday, we're gonna publish our long-awaited plan of exactly how we will shut down on legal and constitutional authority different branches of the executive branch without asking for congressional consent under existing statutory authority, with our detailed shutdown plans for the first 3 agencies, which we'll announce on Thursday. So that's coming ahead this week. But with that said, we'll take any questions you guys have.
Can I ask you a question? You recently stated if you're a public school teacher, who exactly are you unionizing against? And you talked about shutting down the U.S. Department of Education. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Yes. So I believe that when public school teachers are unionizing, they're unionizing against the very public, that is the kids, who they're supposed to represent. And I think that that's wrong. So in a nutshell, my plan for educational reform, and I'll give you a hint about one of them that you'll hear about on Thursday, will include shutting down the U.S. Department of Education, using that $80 billion in funds to fund underfunded school choice programs at states that have school choice, which means they have to adopt school choice programs in order to receive those funds. Public schools in those states must write their contracts in a way that end teacher-employee union protections. Now you have true competition, true choice. We will actually have a portion of the difference in funds if a school spends less per student than one that spends more. It's a trend in this country that schools that spend less actually do better. Parents can take the money with them. That actually allows students to graduate with as much as a $250,000 graduation gift when they graduate.
That's how you starve the bureaucracy. That's how you deliver choice. That's how you deliver economic empowerment. And the last thing I'll say is every high school student in this country should have to pass the same civics test that every immigrant has to pass in order to become a naturalized citizen. So that's my view of educational reform.
I haven't trademarked it, but sorry,
Hey.
educational freedom. Educational freedom will go a long way. So
Yes.
Educational freedom
Love it.
still is crucial.
That's exactly right, because it's broader. It's one tactic amongst a broader set of tactics, and that's exactly right. So thank you very much. Say it that way so people understand. 5. Most of our contributions externally have been small dollar contributions. 65,000 plus small dollars as of this week. Think about that, which is 40,000 was for the RNC debate threshold in late August, which many candidates actually have complained was set too high, and even former vice presidents and congressmen and senators have had trouble reaching that. So we're accelerating the pace of individual small dollar fundraising we're seeing, and I think that's the strategy we're going to double down on even more, is grassroots but large scale small dollar fundraising. That's what's been most successful for us. I'm generally not doing large traditional fundraisers. I'd rather not be beholden to the expectations of professional donors. So I'd rather put my own money to do that, and we'll fill the gap with small dollar donors across this country.
Do you think that public safety officers that are unionizing, like on the other hand, are unionizing against Americans, like you said, teachers?
I view that set of protections differently.
Okay.
I think my comments were specific to teachers' unions.
You said that you easily made the amount of individual donors, but why did you put forward this kitchen cabinet kind of
To now take that to the next level, actually. So we crossed about 65,000 on the eve of launching that program. My view is the political industry is a cartel that's broken. When we started looking at how do we want to now raise larger dollar amounts, what you find is there's a lot of so-called professional fundraisers. They get to keep up to 10% of what they raise, but they behave like they're a special club. And my whole habit in life is anytime there's a special oligopoly or a bureaucracy, I'm just in the habit of breaking it down. That's what I did at Big Pharma and otherwise.
Why launch that if you had already made that threshold?
Because we actually want to be even more successful. Like I said, grassroots fundraising, bottom up, it's where we've been successful. My strategy is double down where you are successful, and we're going to take that to the next level. We're running this to win. My goal is not to qualify for a few debate stages. My goal is to lead this country through a national revival, but still staying true to who we are. And so we're going to need large-scale fundraising externally, in addition to my own investments to make that happen. But I'm not going to do it in the traditional donor class-laden way that comes with expectations and strings attached. So that's the kind of... Youth voting rates are very low in this country. I predict that youth voting rates will skyrocket after we actually make the act more meaningful to actually mean something. It's an old saying, it goes as it goes. It's true. If you care about yourself, you tell people what they want to hear. If you care about somebody else, you tell them the actual truth. And I prefer, yes, at the time we announced this, we actually saw a small dip in support that following because there was a big news wave. I think we actually lost some supporters over it, but many of them, I believe in the power of persuasion, have come back to understand the essence of the proposal is actually about reviving civic duty in this country. Keep in mind, if a naturalized citizen has to know what branch of government the U.S. president leads before voting for the U.S. president, I think there's no argument against every high school student in this country having to know the same thing, or else at least serving this country in some minimal way. That's what our founding fathers envisioned, and I think we can make that part of our civic culture again. Quick follow-up and then...
But just going off of the last major elections, like young voters are voting for Democrats, how does this not serve Republicans' chances with young voters?
To the contrary, I think it's actually going to bring young voters who are pro-American into this movement. And actually to that last question, I'll share a couple facts with you. Some interesting facts about our grassroots fundraising. The 65,000...
How will you handle the Ukraine?
Yes. How will I handle Ukraine? We will end the war. We will do it without apology. I will do a deal with Vladimir Putin that advances American interests. Let's be honest, to do a good deal, everybody has to get something out of the deal. I've built my entire career, I've built multi-billion-dollar businesses. That's just a principle. You can't get a lasting deal done unless somebody gets something out of the deal. Here's what Putin gets, and I'm very honest about this. We will freeze the current lines of control. Yes, that means he gets some of the Donbass region. We will further commit that NATO will never admit Ukraine to NATO. Those are things that even in most of the Republican Party you're not supposed to say out loud. But I will require something else in return. Putin has to exit his military partnership with China. The China-Russia military alliance is the actual biggest threat that we face militarily. And yet we're pushing Russia further into China's arms by arming Ukraine. This is how we deliver peace in Ukraine while also deterring China from going after Taiwan. Because China's bet is that the US won't want to take on two allied nuclear superpowers at the same time. But if Russia's not in China's camp, Xi Jinping has to think twice. I also, as a side note, favor exporting the Second Amendment to Taiwan, putting a gun in every household, training them how to use it if that's what they want. That's how you keep China at bay. The Second Amendment works, it turns out, against foreign autocrats. But that's the way we actually have to have a visionary foreign policy that advances American interests rather than arbitrarily fighting a war that really is, I think, just a return payment on a $5 million bribe that was made long before this election. So this is a U.S. president using $200 billion of U.S. taxpayer money to make good on a $5 million personal bribe that was paid by a Burisma executive to his son. I think it's a big part of the story that's gone untold. Absolutely.
I want to talk about free speech. As
Yes.
president, what will you do about free speech when you have the FBI working with big tech companies to hinder
Great
stories
question.
that will hurt the Republic to protect that? Because not only that, people, average day citizens that talk about topics that make a living on social media, they have lost their income. How would you address that?
So the question about censorship, so many things to say there. First of all, I've been very clear as the first person to say it, I will shut down the FBI. The FBI should not exist. I mean, think about it. You can have most of the U.S. Marshals, which are not corrupted in the same way as an institution, can carry out most of the functions. The drug cases are taken care of by the DEA anyway. It's an unnecessary bureaucracy. When you have an unnecessary bureaucracy, it's a formula for corruption. But the censorship problem isn't just limited to the FBI. So what I've said is a few things. Day one executive order for the entire federal government. If you have pressured a private company to do something that the government could not do directly, you have to publish it on pain of criminal penalties. That's the first thing. Call it the state action files. Roll that log over, see what crawls out. Sunlight is a requirement for being a disinfectant. And the second thing I would say is that if you're a tech company and you enjoy Section 230C2 protection, which says you can't be sued under state laws for taking down constitutionally protected content, if you want to enjoy that protection, then you're bound by the same standards as the federal government, including the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Nobody else in either party has offered a clear solution of how to address this backdoor censorship, what I call the woke industrial complex. It is far more powerful than either the private sector or government alone. And so that's a clear vision I've written about in my 3 books. I'm actually going to implement it within the first month in office.
So what do you say when they say that you want to remove the FBI? They say that you want to defund it, right?
I want to abolish the FBI, and I want to give that money back to the people. That doesn't mean that we don't have law enforcement. We put it under the U.S. Marshals. We don't need these redundant alphabet soup of federal administrative police state actors because that is a formula for corruption, and I reject corruption. Last question.
Do you not think it's going to...
Branches of government, not 4. I'll lay out for you, there's only 4 things that I will tell you when I leave office in January 2033 that we did. One of them is that we have shut down the administrative state. It is unconstitutional, it will not exist in January 2033. I'll tell you, we're no longer dependent on our enemy, China, for our modern way of life. Our economy will be growing at 4+% again, and young Americans will be proud of being citizens of this country. I don't believe in false promises, but when I leave office in January 2033, that much I will tell you we will have gotten done. And that's what I'm in this race to deliver.
What is your view on immigration policy reforms for H-1B holders and other items?
I think a lottery is nonsensical. Why on earth would we be picking names out of the hat randomly? I think that we, on one hand, have to secure the border without apology. Illegal immigration is not immigration, it is breakage of the law. And then we need a merit-based system for people who actually, and merit includes 2 things. One is ability to make contributions to this country. But the second is equally important, more important, civic commitment to the country. So that same civics exam that every high school student has to pass, that every naturalized citizen has to pass, I think we need to bring to the front end before somebody even enters the country or even becomes a visa holder. That separates the real from the fake. And I think you got to know something about a country if you want to be part of that country. You don't come to America to live in America. You come to America to be an American. That's the answer. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. We're going to come back to Georgia.
Oh, look forward.
I love Georgia. I love your state.
Basic level, the news you consume is always done. I don't drink. The second you decide to tell the truth about something, you are filled with this power from somewhere else. The more you tell the truth, the stronger you become. I was just standing. First of all, may I say, go Megyn Kelly. I mean, that was awesome. Thank you. I don't think most unemployed people get a reception like that. And in a recession like this, to find yourself without a job and people still being nice to you is like unbelievable. I was standing on those stairs. No, I have a job. I'm just kidding. Well, I love you too. Thank you. I was standing on those stairs and I saw that intro. And I was like, that's the most TV I've watched in 3 months. And I have to say, it feels absolutely great. Thank you very much for having me.
We love you.
Roger Stone, ladies and gentlemen. All the cool people are here. It's like unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, I haven't been around a ton of people in a while, but I never miss this event ever.
Yes.
And I meet the nicest people, really, that I ever meet at these. So thank you for having me.
We love you.
I just flew in from Iowa. Thank you. Which is a wonderful state, and it followed. If you ever travel domestically, remember, the worse the weather, the nicer the people, and the more fattening the food. And so that state, worse weather in the. Yeah, exactly. So I got a chance to interview the Republican presidential field again, minus the front runner, and it was completely fascinating. And as it always is to be around politicians. Politicians are a group that I despise on principle because they tend to be soulless and have kind of barren and sad personal lives, and so they, spend their days trying to win affirmation from people they've never met. It's pathetic. But in real life, no, it's true. They all have alcoholic or abusive fathers to whom they're trying to prove something. But in practice, in person, they're all super charming. There's not a politician in the world who's not charming. That's why they went into this business. It was either that or selling cars, and this was more lucrative, so they went into it. So I like almost all of them when I meet them. You can't not. They can talk about anything. They've mastered the sort of shallow small talk over coffee, which I definitely appreciate. That's an acquired skill, and they've worked hard at it. But I have to say, after spending all day with them, I learned a couple of things which I think may be relevant to you and to the country, and a couple of things, and I don't want to attack anyone on personal grounds or by name. It's tempting. I will say it's tempting. Whoever said do it, you're the devil on my shoulder. I've spent my whole life. No. But if I could make some general observations, which I think are more edifying than just like savaging Mike Pence. I think, which I'm not going to do, because that would be wrong, and it would be wrong because it's too easy. And the easy things are not rewarding, are they? You don't feel good when you beat your 5-year-old in soccer or ping pong, like what? But I did learn a couple of things. It was super, super interesting. The first thing, I guess I already knew it, and you know it already, that's why you're here, which is the spread between the things that Republicans in Washington, the people you vote for and put there, care about, like actually care about, pretend to care about a lot of things, but the things that really touch them off, that matter to them, very different from the things that matter to the people who vote for them. And you kind of thought that would, and if you think about that, there's no really more self-defeating way to go into politics or life than to accept the terms that your enemies offer before the conversation's even begun. Because there's really no winning. In other words, if you and I are arguing about something, but I've already decided you're right, probably not going to get very far, right? And you see this on the big issues. In fact, the biggest issues without variation. It's always the same. The Republican goes in knowing in his heart he's wrong. And I feel like there are probably a substantial percentage of Republican voters who do the same without knowing it because they don't have any idea it's happening. So for example, during COVID, there were people who didn't kind of play along. We knew what the rules were. And every organization in American life, every large group of people in American life, from well, really from your government to the entire media, in some cases your church, we're all telling you the same thing. Here are the rules. If you are a good person, you will follow these rules. You will mask, you will separate, you will stay at home, you'll take our shot. No, we have no idea what's in it. We don't know its long-term effects, but shut up. This is a moral test, and if you want to pass, you will obey. And there will be people who decide to opt out, but they are, and everyone agreed on this, moral criminals. They're outlaws. And it's... And the first thing you knew, I mean, you could have like divergent opinions, I guess, about which weapon systems to send. But you were told at the very beginning that, you know, Russia was our enemy. One thing we know about this is that one side is bad and one side is virtuous. And, you know, I think a lot of decent people would reach that conclusion independently. I'm not contesting that. I think it's completely fair to think Russia's bad and Ukraine's good. But it's also within bounds to not agree with that. Because if you're an American, you have the right to decide who you hate, okay? That is a fundamental right. No one is allowed to force you to be mad at somebody else. If you're an adult, you get to decide. And you get to decide on the basis of whatever criteria you want. And it's totally fair to say, well, I don't know. I'm not mad at that person. You're not a criminal for thinking that. It's not a criminal act not to hate somebody. So it's totally fair to say, well, wait a second. You know, it's not an expression of love for Russia to say they haven't killed any Americans. Why is that crazy? That's true. I said to one of the candidates yesterday, I mean, look, I've never been to Russia. I'm not that interested in ever going. I don't speak Russian. I'm born in this country, kind of probably plan to die here. Hope to. But let's just do the body count. So what's the total number of Americans murdered by Russia in the last 3 years? I'm thinking, I'm not great at math, I think it's around 0 in that range. I don't know any. I do know 2 people well personally who died from fentanyl that was manufactured in Mexico and allowed by the Mexican government to come here. Now, I'm not against Mexico. I grew up right next to it. I kind of like Mexico, actually. But the Mexican government allows that. And over 100,000 Americans die every year from that poison. Not because they were drug addicts who took too much, but because they were poisoned. Because they were taking a pill they thought was something else, and it turned out to be fentanyl, manufactured in Mexico and allowed by the Mexican government to come here. And so that's 100,000 a year. That's hundreds of thousands of Americans dead, mostly young people. Well, or sure, or more. Or more. So if you had a country that allowed hundreds of thousands of your fellow citizens to die at, say, age 23, and I'm sure every person in this room knows someone or knows someone who knows someone who's died. It's not some abstract epidemic. It's so big that everybody knows somebody. You know who've been injured by the vaccine? Well, a ton.
A ton, yes.
So, I don't know, at a certain point, you can draw conclusions from that. A scientific assessment? No. But it's not irrelevant. On the question of Russia, if you begin the conversation with, this is an evil country that has hurt America, and we have to go to war with them, well then there's kind of no debate about it, is there? No one would defend Nazi Germany. They killed many tens of thousands of Americans. You can't defend them. No decent person would defend that. But in the case of modern Russia, you're not even allowed to think that. And once you're prevented from thinking something, you are completely controlled by the person who's convinced you of that. And the effects of this to me, just as an observer, I mean, in my life, I just try to stay unaffected by the propaganda. That's like the main goal of my life, every moment. Just to stay unaffected, just to look around and try to assess things cold. What are we looking at here? You don't have to be a genius to do that at all. Doesn't even, I'm not a genius, that's for sure. You just look out like, what does this look like? Drive across America for 3 hours. Is this what you remember from 5 years ago? Does it look better or worse? Are there more people sleeping on the street? Is it dirtier? Is there graffiti? Graffiti? Ooh, graffiti. What is graffiti? That's not art. It's vandalism.
Yes.
And when it's allowed to stand, what does it say? We've given up. We don't care. We're allowing people who create nothing to destroy what we've built, and we're not fighting back. Graffiti is like one step from total society collapse, period. What you're saying when you allow graffiti is we have no self-respect at all. We don't care enough about our civilization to keep it clean, to keep it pretty. Previous generations worked their whole lives, gave everything they had just to like put in sidewalks, just to put in gas lines, just to build concrete buildings, and we're letting someone who's never done anything of value for our society destroy it with vandalism, and we don't have a problem with that. Well, no, it's not a big deal. It's just graffiti. They're graffiti artists. No, this is a sign of the collapse of civilization. Yes. Period. Yes. But you're not allowed to think that. Yes. So if you allow propagandists to set the terms, if you're playing soccer against somebody and he's like, here, totally fair match, we're evenly matched. The thing is that when I score a goal, it counts, and when you do, it doesn't. Totally fair. Let's just agree to that. Probably not going to win. But yesterday, I sat and watched. I kept my temper the entire time because it's not up to me who the Republican nominee is at all. Just an unemployed talk show host, so I thought I'm going to try to keep myself out of it. But I raised the question, it was a completely fair question. Raided, nuns, kicked out, priests handcuffed, thrown in jail. So, I mean, on one level, you think, well, it's not my country. You know, they do all kinds of barbaric things around the world. Can't be upset about all of them. Much more interested in what's happening in El Paso than I am in Kiev. On the other hand, if I'm paying for it, and if I'm sitting here listening to moral lectures about how I have to pay for it, or else I'm a tool of Putin, I think it's fair to ask, like, what is that? Throwing priests in jail? And so I asked a self-appointed Christian leader about that, and I said, what do you think, as someone who's spent his life advocating for religious freedom, about raiding nunneries and throwing priests in jail? And he said with a straight face, well, they had the wrong views. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize what the boundaries were. So you have religious freedom or freedom of speech or freedom of assembly as long as you stay within the lines, but if you express an unapproved view, then you go to jail. But that's freedom, isn't it? You do exactly what I tell you to do, or else I imprison you. Is that the freedom that you recognize? No, that's insane. And so that irritated me, and I said, well, but don't you think, as a Christian leader, you should say something when Christian clergy are imprisoned for their views? No. And how dare you say that? And this person was joined by a chorus of people on the right. Yeah, shut up. Shut up. National Review wrote a piece this morning. Shut up, it's bigoted to notice that Christian clergy are being imprisoned in Ukraine. And my view would be, maybe you care, maybe you don't, but if you're a Christian leader and Christians are going to jail for their views, you are required to say something. And if you don't, you're not a true Christian leader. And by the way, the person I was speaking to is a person, I think, of real faith and of decency. Like, I would let him babysit my kids. Not for long, but for dinner. I mean, I don't think he's like an evil person. He's not a secret serial killer on Long Island or something that I know of. But he, with a straight face, told me this. And he said, but what Ukraine really needs, and I say this as a Christian leader, is more cluster bombs. And I thought, you know who it was. And I thought to myself, more cluster bombs. Now, I am not a Bible scholar. But I'm pretty sure, having read 4 out of 4 Gospels, that like Luke 17 doesn't call for shower cluster bombs on children. In fact, I'm just going to go out on a limb as a non-theologian and say the overriding message of the New Testament is bring peace. And this person, because that's what it says, and this person with a straight face got almost weepy at the prospect that the government that's imprisoning Christians doesn't have enough missiles and tanks, which is, maybe it's a fair position. It's not a legitimate position for a self-described Christian leader to have. It's just not. I'm sorry. That's disgusting. The way in which international leadership is totally different than managing a house of 4 kids and 4 dogs, but I don't know what that way is. If you're the leader, the last thing you do is sow more chaos. You stop the chaos. Leadership is bringing order. and regularity and predictability to a chaotic scene. Wait till your dad gets home. But dad shows up drunk and is like, "Team Handum!" Bad dad. A man, in fact, unworthy of the name dad. That's not leadership. It's an abdication of leadership. It's a perversion of leadership, and it's disgusting. And that is exactly what, in the name of American leadership, this administration, with the full participation of the Republican Party, is foisting on the world. And it's insane. Yeah, well, I have to say, you know, whatever you think of Trump, he's pretty clear on this. They hate him for it, actually. They hate him for it. And if I can just say, the foreign policy stuff, which if you grew up in this country, once again, as I did, you're not really used to thinking about because, like, it's literally oceans away. And they're like all these primitive people out there doing primitive things, tattooing their faces and being, you know what I mean? They're foreigners. Who knows what they do? I get it. I grew up like that. I was proud to be an ugly American, and to some extent I still am. I'll have the pizza, please.
We love you, Tucker.
Amen. Amen, baby. I'll have the pizza, please. I'm an American. And by the way, I'm proud to order pizza in Paris and often have. So it's not, okay, but if you're an American, like, you don't think about it. And there is this sense in which foreign policy is like the one big thing that government does that's not subject to democratic, which is to say voter control. It's like, it really is about as patronizing as you can get. It really is, shh, men are talking. That's really what they're saying. I'm sorry, you a foreign policy expert? You, well, what do you know? How many years did you spend in the diplomatic corps? Did you go to Fletcher School? I don't think you did. Oh, well, it's my country, actually. And you're doing this in my name with my money and potentially my children. So, whether you want my input or not, you're going to get it. But that truth, that democracy requires the public to sign off on wars, is totally alien in Washington. And that's exactly why they like it. It's exactly why they like it. If you were to try to get some, you know, trans rights bill through the Congress, like, you couldn't get it through. Because people are watching, and they should be, and amen. And the democratic process works. That's the truth. And the fact that Republicans have allowed this, and that even now, and again, even if you think we should be supporting Ukraine militarily, which is, I think, a legitimate, I don't share that view, but I think it's entirely legitimate, and I think there are a lot of awfully nice people who feel really bad for the Ukrainians. I actually feel really bad for the Ukrainians myself. I think Russia shouldn't have invaded. I agree with that. But it almost doesn't matter where you are on this question. If you can't have an adult conversation about it, which begins with the very obvious question, why should I be mad at Russia? Like, why? Shut up! If the answer is shut up, or if the answer is to accuse you, an American citizen who loves your country, whose ancestors fought to defend it, of disloyalty to your country by people who care not at all about the United States? It's too much. It's just too much. It's too outrageous to stand. But what I will tell you, if you want to know what really, really matters to them and to you and to the future of the country, consider the things that you are not allowed to say. I noticed this right after January 6th. I'll never forget it as long as I live. As a very literal, not super quick, not highly clever person, I was completely content to believe January 6th was what it looked like to me on TV, which is a bunch of angry people who thought the election was stolen from them, who appropriately went to confront the people they thought stole it. So, like, George Floyd gets killed, and all of a sudden they loot Foot Locker. What did Foot Locker have to do with it? I will say, in Republican primary voters' defense, they're mad at the Congress. They went to the Congress. They didn't loot any liquor stores. They just went right to the source. That's true. It wasn't like, oh, they stole the election from us. Let's loot Macy's. All right. But anyway, so I saw this and I was like, yeah, okay, it was people super mad. They thought the election, I mean, this was January 6th, so like, it was, you know, it took a long time for me to figure out what happened, just being honest. think I'm just too old, and so it's like hard to notice when things change, like certain assumptions you have, like, of course it's on the level. It wouldn't actually like subvert an election. And someone very smart said to me, really, people kill each other over insurance claims? This is running the world. Like, what wouldn't they do? Oh, right, good point. Anyway, but I just kind of didn't think too much about it. Like, I'm definitely opposed to vandalism. Anyone who breaks windows is not my friend. I hate that. If you're glazed a window, you're put in a window, it's really hard. I mean it. If you don't think it's hard, try it. You get the size wrong, it doesn't fit, pins in, it's ridiculous. It's like an all-day affair to replace a divided class. It wasn't fair. We will sit them down in a very calm, rational way and be like, I get it. We said that Biden won by 81 million votes. This 15 million more than Barack Obama seems like a lot, considering he didn't campaign and he can't talk. But you know, there was just something about him. It was that magic, and you know, maybe you didn't feel it. It's like pistachio ice cream. It's not a flavor for everybody. But the people who like it really like it, 81 million. So settle down. And by the way, we have the source code in the voting machine software, and we've looked at it. And it's totally on the level. We've double checked. We wouldn't let like an electronic voting machine hide their software from us. Like, never do that. And the Dropbox is like totally monitored by law enforcement. And every person who voted had to prove he was who he said he was with the government issued ID. Like, settle down. And I would have said, fair enough, because I want to believe in our elections. Who doesn't? And in fact, the people at the Capitol on January 6th are exactly the ones who most want to believe in our election. They're the ones who carried the pocket constitution. How many CNN anchors like deeply believe in the American political process? They put you in a camp if they could. Shut up. They have no interest in the process at all. But the people who really believed in it were naturally the most shocked and the most upset to believe it wasn't real. But anyway, I thought we would have that conversation at some point. You know, I never supported, and I will never support vandalism, period. But I did think, well, maybe the upside, this, Ashley Babbitt's killing, clearly in retrospect a murder, you know, it'll amount to something. We can have a national conversation about this. And I'm completely for national conversations. But every year they promise us a national conversation. Well, on race, you know, we need a conversation on race. Okay, shut up! Okay. National conversation means no one's allowed to talk, except the people who called for the national conversation. And they never stopped talking. Anyway, we never had any conversation about that. In fact, anyone who tried was deplatformed, debanked, basically hounded out of public life in America, bankrupted, a lot of cases put in jail, fired. Oh. Pretty funny! Anyway, excuse me. Sorry, I've been so into it, I like lost all self-awareness. We never, not only do we not have that conversation was literally banned. Now it's in the guidelines of most of the big social media companies, you can't have that conversation. So I would make a couple of points. And the most obvious one is, any country that doesn't allow a free discussion of the process by which its leaders are elected is not a democracy. By definition. A country without free speech is not a democracy. Free speech is a prerequisite to democracy. Period. So, there's that. So whatever you tell me, and by the way, isn't it, it's so interesting, and narcissists are this way, I learned, is that their response was the tell. If you want to know what they care about, if you want to know what's important, listen to how they respond when you say something unapproved about it. So if you were to, I don't know, write a post on Facebook tonight and say, I think Papua New Guinea is the most powerful nation in the world, you would get not a single response other than someone's been smoking weed. No one would care. It's like demonstrably untrue. That's why the flat earth people have been able to cruise beneath the radar for so long. Because and by the way, I'm not discounting that possibility for the record, in case anyone here, because I am an open-minded man. Present me the evidence of its flatness and I will amplify it. But the point is, when something is clearly or very likely untrue, it poses no threat to anyone. What's scary and what will elicit a response are true things. No one is punished for lying. People are only punished for telling the truth. You could literally wake up tomorrow, move to the Bahamas, start a fake cryptocurrency, defraud 1 million, and if you get caught, people might have like a balanced view of you. Really smart, good guy. Who here, raise your hand if you haven't defrauded 1 million investors with a fake cryptocurrency. Okay, there are some. You cast the first stone then. So, what'd you say? Oh, I don't know what, you know what, the thing about that story is just a mystery to me. No one was more shocked than I was. Are you serious? In the Biden White House, somebody left an 8-ball of cocaine in a public. I said to my wife, it's just not in character, you know? I just don't believe it. It's clearly a setup. I went right back to Marion Barry and I was like, somebody set you up. I'm serious. It was, you know what I mean? It was like, I'll stop with it. That was my favorite story of all time. Because it just explains all the behavior. It really does. I mean, I worked in the media business for my whole life, so I know what the behavior looks like. But it's like crazed and grandiose. I've got a plan. You're not going to believe it. It's unbelievable. It's going to totally work. What we're going to do is we're going to totally rearrange everything, okay? We've been doing things a certain way for a long time, okay? And it's worked. But I've got a better plan. And that's their entire approach.
Sam's got a new wife here.
Race, Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
I will cite to you with every breath in my body
and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign. Securing the border to foreign policy.
She now has a record as president that's pretty impressive. Breaking news out of Palm Beach.
The FBI has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's against Uncle Estate. The president has both sides of the political aisle up in arms.
Dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
7 years. They hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him. This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I've committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Touching down in 3,
please welcome
2,
the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt I love this land.
thank our good friend Charlie Kirk for everything that he's done to build Turning Point. It's incredible what he's done in a very short period of time into one of the most powerful grassroots organizations in the entire nation. It's really, timing couldn't be better. Do you agree with that? His newest project for mobilizing early voters will be a difference maker in the next election, and it's going to make it a much more difficult job to cheat because we're going to swamp them. You know, when you start swamping, they cheat. They'll do anything they can because they don't have policies. Open borders, no voter ID, high taxes, high interest rates. The only way they win is by cheating. We're also delighted to be joined by Representatives Matt Gaetz. Where's Matt Gaetz? Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Oh, I'm glad you stayed, Matt. I'd be very disappointed. He's a great gentleman and a brave man, too, I will tell you that. Ana Paulina Luna. Another man that is going places, and he's going places fast. Spectacular person, friend of mine, Byron Donald. Bernie, I hear you're doing well. A man who's gone through hell, but he's kept going, and he's smart, and he's strong, and people love him. Not everybody, but people love him and respect him. And another man, I said maybe I shouldn't be introducing him because he's a consumer man. He's not really a political man, but he turned out to be a very good political man. He understands what's happening. And every time I introduce him, he gets a tremendous applause. This is not a fighter with the lips, the mouth, the teeth. This is the real deal. He's a champion fighter in UFC. He's got a huge fight coming up, one of the biggest. I don't know how the hell they do it, 400, 500 shots to the head. And he's smarter than hell. I mean, how does that work? But he's here with us, champion Colby Covington. Now, if I had a song on the street, I'd say I could take him. But it would be over fast. It would not, if I was trying to impress somebody, it would not be impressive. Colby, thank you and good luck with the fight. We'll try and be there. Marvel, from a little company, bought it out of bankruptcy and made it into one of the biggest, most powerful movie companies anywhere in the world. One of the largest owners of Disney stock. I don't think he's thrilled with the woke Disney, but I read today where they're going the other way now. That's good. But his name is Ike Perlmutter, and he's a spectacular man. Just spectacular. Where's Ike? He's got to be around here someplace. He wants no adulation either. He just loves working and employing lots of people. But he's done many, many companies, and he's been one of the most successful businessmen on the planet. 16 months from now, each of you will vote in the most important election of your lifetimes. This will be the most important election. With your country, your freedom, and your future on the line, we are in trouble. This country is in trouble. The election will decide whether your generation inherits a fascist country or a free country, whether you will have a rule of tyrants or the rule of law, whether Marxist radicals burn our civilization to the ground, which they're looking to do, or young patriots like you propel America to glorious new heights greater than ever before. Side by side, we're going to fight and we're going to win. We have no choice, actually. We're going to evict crooked Joe Biden. I took the name off of Hillary. You know that, right? Everybody here knows that. It was crooked Hillary. I was very successful. But I think she's out of it now. But no, I thought it was more appropriate because he's crooked. As you can get, this is the most dishonest president in history. And I wouldn't have said it. I have pride in the presidency and respect for the presidency. I wouldn't have said it. But I say things about him over the last 3 weeks that I would have never said before about any president. He is a corrupt, horrible, incompetent man, and he's destroying our country, and we have to have it. God's help, we're going to save America on November 5th, 2024. And when I said originally in 2016, it's the most important election, I meant it. This is far more important. This is far more important because our country is ready to go down. Ready to go possibly into World War III, and this won't be a war like others. This will be a nuclear war, and the level of destruction, it's called obliteration. It's not two army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. This is big stuff, and we have a man who's grossly incompetent, who doesn't even know where he is, who can't put two sentences together. And this is the man that's telling us what we're going to be doing. Under Biden, hope and opportunity for young people, so many young people here, are being utterly extinguished. In the Biden economy, 1/3 of Gen Z and millennials have no savings accounts and no saving whatsoever. They have nothing, they have nothing. Home ownership has been pushed out of reach for millions with the rate of 30-year mortgages up 177% since I left office. And by the way, that's nothing compared to energy, where we were energy independent. And now you look at what's happened to energy. We're getting our energy from Venezuela. You believe that one? Real wages collapsed 26 months in a row. Real wages because of inflation and various other things that are happening. Typical Americans have seen their incomes crushed by $7,400 a year since Biden took office. Think of that, each year, $7,400. That comes out of very, very official offices. This is the number, the biggest pay cut in many decades. Nobody's really seen anything like it, I don't believe. Millions of illegal aliens have stormed across our borders. It's an invasion of our country. That's an invasion just like a military invasion. Our rights and our liberties are being torn to shreds, and your country is being turned into a third world hellhole ruled by censors, perverts, criminals, and thugs. But as I stand here tonight, I know that the young conservative warriors, and you are warriors of Turning Point, will never let this happen. You can't let this happen. Every day you defend our values, and you never yield, and you never will yield to the radical left. That's why you are the ones who are going to take back America. You are the ones who are going to make America great again. From the earliest days of our republic, every generation has been called to defend America. You always have that defend, but people say it not with the bravado that they say it now, because now they really mean it. We're in big trouble. Today, the greatest threat is not from the outside. The greatest threat is the sick, sinister, and evil forces trying to destroy our nation from within. If you have the right leadership, China's not a problem. If you have the right leadership, Russia's not a problem. They would have never done what they did. Believe me, they would have never done. And I spoke to Vladimir. Did you see the other day, 2 days ago, he's talking to the president of Ukraine, and he said, Vladimir. Charlie told me this is the biggest crowd they've ever had, and they had a larger room because a lot of people outside that felt that this is the biggest crowd. And I think you loved our 4 years, but I also think you've watched the last 3 years, and you draw a comparison that makes it even more so. But I do appreciate it, but it's a record crowd, and that's great, and I'm very happy for Turning Point and Charlie and everybody else. When I gave it up, we had a rigged election, and when I gave up the reins, so to speak, we had, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID came. The day before COVID came, and we had a higher stock market, despite the hell that the whole world had to go through because of what came out of the Wuhan labs. And I used to say that, the Wuhan labs, they used to censor me. They used to say, oh, that's terrible. It turned out to be we were right. We were right about a lot of things. We're right about almost everything, maybe everything. So we'll do that once again. After 50 years of leftist domination of the universities, I will take bold action to reclaim our colleges from the communist left. Anti-American radicals will no longer be given a free hand to dominate our institutions of higher education. Using my leverage, and it's a tremendous leverage, and I used it before very well. You know, we put penalties on them if they wouldn't let conservatives or anybody speak. Big penalties. All of a sudden, everybody was invited to speak. I don't know if anybody knows that, but you sort of felt it. But it was very good. But it was somewhat artificial because they were doing it because they would have had huge monetary penalties. But at least we were getting the word out. Everybody should be able to speak. But using my leverage over college accreditors, we are going to choke off the money to schools that aid the Marxist assault on our American heritage and on Western civilization itself. The days of subsidizing communist indoctrination in our colleges will soon be over. And you know, I will say this is I would say, very largely conservative group. I call it common sense group because I think a lot of conservatism is common sense. When they ask you for a definition, it starts with common sense. But I tell them very often that you will be shocked to see colleges, even the ones that you hear are most liberal. We have tremendous numbers of people out there. I think even more. They don't speak up as much, but they're starting to speak up. You know, when you see Bud Light and when you see all of the things that have happened, I mean, you take a look at that. They're down 37%. Companies have seen it. And you know, the radical left has always used that. They've used their body power. They'd sort of name a company, go after a company. We've never done it. That just happened by osmosis, actually, but it's also happening. I heard Target mentioned today and various others. And we have tremendous power to make sure that our country goes down the right tracks. We're going to smash the Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucracies that are driving and sticking you with crushing the debt. And for any universities that want federal student loan dollars, we will also require them to offer real job placement and career services, as well as options for accelerated and low-cost degrees. These institutions have gone up. The pricing has gone up more than just about any industry. You look at their costs, and they drive them up because the federal government gives loans to everybody, so it's more expensive, but somebody has to pay back that loan, except under Biden, but the Supreme Court decided that that wasn't going to happen. My administration will strictly enforce last month's landmark Supreme Court decision to move our country forward with a merit-based system of education. In other words, if you get great marks and if you work hard and you did all of the things, you're going to get into that college. Somebody with half of the energy and the marks and all of the things necessary to get in, that's what we have to have. We have to have our absolute most brilliant people. This is such a competitive world. We have to have our most brilliant people going to the most brilliant schools and universities, and now that's what we have. These are some of the things that we've done for this country, and they are big, and a lot of them people didn't think would happen. And if colleges persist in continuing to violate your civil rights, we will have their endowments severely taxed and fined, and a portion of the seized funds used as restitution for the victims of these racist practices. They're really racist practices. In addition, I want to close the Department of Education and move education back to the states where parents have total control of their children's lives. That's a big thing. You know, we have the worst education system just about in the world. We spend more per student by double and triple than any other country. And yet we're ranked at the bottom of the list, like out of a group of 40 nations, we're 38, 39, and yet we're double and triple per pupil because we're going to move it back to the states, let the states, we'll have a little tiny little, just to make sure they're teaching everybody English, you know, a little bit of guide. We want to make sure they're teaching English, but a little tiny coordination, but not much. Like how about an office the size of this podium, one person? Nevada, you got to do a little bit better.
No, we're going to do a job. We're going to do a job, and we're going to have great education. And you know, it's much more pinpointed this way also, and the parents can be much more involved. It's not this big bureaucracy. And then we'll be able to sell all those buildings that are occupied right now for so much money. So much money. Pay off debt. Pay off a lot of the debt, and we have plenty of it. Under my leadership, we will bring back free speech in America. Just last week, we've had some amazing rulings, you know that. Just last week in a historic ruling, a brilliant federal judge ordered the Biden administration to cease and desist from their illegal and unconstitutional censorship in collusion with social media. In other words, the election was rigged. That's just another way of saying, that's just another way of saying it. You can say stuffing the ballots, and we have that too. We have everything you can have, but that's another way of saying, in fact, they did a report, some of the great pollsters, Fabrizio and McLaughlin and some of the great ones, and they said anywhere from 10 to 17 points difference because of what they were allowed to do. So that was a rigged election in so many different ways. A lot of this is just coming to light. If you saw the FBI Twitter, if you saw what happened with Facebook, DOJ, terrible, terrible thing. If we don't have free elections and great elections and honest elections where everybody believes in the election, and if we don't have strong borders, we don't have a country. And we're going to bring our country back. We're going to take our country back. Under the next Trump administration, the censorship industrial complex will be defunded, dismantled, and destroyed. We're going to destroy it 100%. And any federal bureaucrat who had a hand in illegally silencing the American people will be fired immediately. Is that okay? This is just the start of what we will do for America's young people. We have to do it for the young people because the young people want to have a great country as they get older. They want to have a great country for their children and their grandchildren. It's no surprise that we're very big in the polls, very, very big. We have been like a rocket ship. It's been very nice to watch. I'm pleased to report that I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox. But friendly. But in the Fox poll that was just released, which makes it even bigger if you think about it, we lead the field by 50 points among young voters. Think of that. With Trump at 64% and a gentleman named Ron DeSanctimonious at 14%. He's at 14%. And I don't know why he's not here this couple of days. He should be here. He should be here representing himself. In this week's morning consult poll of voters nationwide, it's Trump 56%, DeSantis at 17%. In Ohio, we're ahead by 44 points. In Tennessee, we're up by 49 points. In New Hampshire, we have a great team and we love those people. We lead by 37 points. And when asked who's the best to improve the economy, it's Trump by 54 to 18 in Iowa, 55 to 11 in New Hampshire, 59 to 12 in South Carolina, and 65 to 10 in Nevada. Kobe, that's where Kobe comes from. You hear that, Kobe? So they have plenty of money to pay you when you win your fights, which you always seem to do. They were leading Biden by a lot. In the recent echelon poll of swing states, we're up by 7 points over Biden. You know, it doesn't sound, it's actually a lot, but it doesn't sound like much. You know, they have a natural advantage. They have certain states, rigged or not, I don't know, we'll figure that out at some point. But they have certain states, and it's 7's a lot, but we have another poll, we're up 10, we're up 11, we're up 9, and we're up 12. That's a lot, you know, hard to believe, that's a lot. You'd almost say, who the hell would vote for this guy? The whole thing is such a mess. But they have a natural constituency. What can I tell you? You know who the constituency is.
And a lot of that constituency, like unions as an example, a lot of them are voting for us. Maybe the top guy who's a natural taken care of by the Democrats, but I'll tell you, those unions are voting for us. And a lot of people that traditionally don't vote Republican, they're just fed up. The Democrats, but you have a lot of great people that love our country. They want to make our country great again. They want to make America great again. They're going to vote for us. We had a big turnover and a big crossover in 2016. We have it now too. We had it in 2020. Actually, we had it much more in 2020. We got a hell of a lot more votes than we did in 2016. And by the way, in the brand new Florida Atlantic poll, good poll, Atlantic University, we are totally dominating DeSantis right here in the state of Florida. So we want him to get home and take care of insurance because you have the highest insurance in the nation. And the bill that they passed made it very good for the insurance company. All the money that he's using, which now is stopped because all of the people that were supporting him, they're saying, hey, wait a minute, you're down by 57 points. They may like him or they may not, but they don't want somebody that's down 57 points. And, they're not stupid people, they're smart people. In fact, all of a sudden I'm getting calls from people, they're saying, sir, I just called to say hello. I said, I thought you were a DeSantis follower. I said, no, not at all. That was a false report. It was never that close, by the way. It was never that close, but it was at 21, 22 points. That's a lot different than 50 and 60 points. But running for a hopeless cause is election. It should be used to support the party winning against crooked Joe Biden in November 2024. We got to fight together. We have to all get together and we have to fight. I watched some of those interviews given by Tucker yesterday. Tucker's terrific, and I watched some of the interviews, and I'll tell you, it wasn't a pretty picture. Watch, and they were bad. I hope you didn't watch because it was like life-ending, career-threatening for those people. Some of them, I won't tell you who, but some of them were really bad. Now is the time. When a guy gets, he's polling at one. One guy actually I'm sure it was a typo. Probably it was because so many people vote illegally, so it probably wasn't a typo. He's at 0 with an arrow pointing left. And I say, how the hell does that happen, Matt Gaetz? How does that happen? And you know what happens? It's 0. That's because you have more than one voter. So, you have a family that votes 19 times instead of 2 times. Now is the time when Republicans should be using those funds to build a state-of-the-art vote-gathering operation to swamp the Democrats' cheating and ballot harvesting. Instead, the sanctimonious and his establishment handlers are wasting such precious time and resources to divide the party. They're dividing the party. Although he's dropping so quickly, he's probably not going to be in second place much longer. I wonder who he's going to be. Maybe it's Vivek. Could be. He's doing well. Right when we should be uniting against the unprecedented weaponization of law enforcement by crooked Joe Biden and the communist left. So I took the name crooked away from Hillary, and we gave her a new name. Beautiful. I call it beautiful. But I took it away because I don't believe in the same name for 2 people. I don't like it. And I've never done this before. If I have it, and you have to live with that name for the rest of your life. I'll go over the different names, but I won't. Because many of them are now friends of mine, okay? But I took the name Crooked off, and I gave it to Joe Biden because he's so corrupt, okay? So I just think it was better than Sleepy Joe. I came up with Sleepy Joe. And maybe he was less sleepy than we thought. As you know, Biden recently ordered his top political opponent, I think that happens to be me, indicted and arrested right in the middle of a presidential election that Biden is losing very badly. This is a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time, which has been fully exposed in the Durham report, the IG report, by Inspector General Horowitz, who did a fantastic report, and by great writers, journalists, and pundits all over the world, like John Solomon, Lee Smith, Greg Jarrett, Sarah Carter, and so many others. And I have to tell you, they don't get Pulitzers for this, but if you look at people like Sean Hannity, right? Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham has been really good, and I'll tell you what, Tucker Carlson. I used to say, for me, I used to say Tucker's a solid 6 out of 10, but the last year and a half, he was a 10. That's probably why they canned him, right? He was a 10. Now he's been great. Jesse Waters and Megyn Kelly. She was the one that gave me that terrible question where I said, only Rosie O'Donnell. Thank God I came up with it. I would have been. She had plenty of other names going. I didn't like that. The place went crazy. Nobody ever heard the other names, so I considered that a very good answer. But that was a hell of a question. But she has been all in. She's been great. And by the way, not to me. She's been great for the country. She wants our country to survive. So it's not for me. Greg Kelly, oh, Fox is bad. I'm going to tell you. But there is an attitude. Attitudinal, right? It's attitudinal. Get Biden to say that, okay? But there's so many others at many different outlets now. They're seeing it, and even people that weren't necessarily with us, they see that we were right, that our country's going to hell in a handbasket, and they want to have a country. They want to have a great country. The primary purpose of what they're doing is also very simple, and it's never been done in this country anywhere near like is happening now. It's called election interference. It's a form of cheating. You know, it's going to be hard for them to cheat the way they cheated when they used COVID to win an election. This is election interference. It's indicting people, making people go through hell, destroying their families, doing things that nobody ever thought was possible. And this is really how low they've fallen. This is an attempt to win the 2024 election. And so far, and I hope it continues, but so far it's had the opposite effect. I mean, it's really lifted us to new heights because people know it's all bullshit. Okay? They rigged the presidential election of 2020. We're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Charlie and all of the people at Turning Point I know are going to be very active in the election, very, very active, and they're not going to let it happen. And he's going to be almost, you could say, in charge of certain states that we won by a lot, and they just, what they did was so terrible to this country. The only thing I can say is we've now seen how bad it is, how bad their policies are. So in one way, that's the only way, but in one way, we're showing the world, we're showing the country how bad they are. Open borders, how stupid is open borders. All of these things that they've done to destroy our country, so we can actually be more effective in the next 4 years because of it, because it's so bad what they've done. Charging a former president of the United States under the Espionage Act of 1917. This is meant for developing a nuclear weapon in your basement. Is one of the most outrageous and vicious legal theories ever put forward in an American court of law. It's considered one of the meanest, most vicious acts. It's a very, very unfair and horrible act that was passed in 1917, and for many, many years in Congress, they've been trying to get rid of it because it's so heinous, it's so horrible. And by the way, Biden has 1,850 boxes of documents. Many of them are classified, and he's not allowing them to see at University of Delaware. He's got boxes in Chinatown, D.C., Chinatown. He's got boxes at Penn, the Penn Center, where China gives tens of millions of dollars a year and where he makes a lot of money. And he's got boxes under his Corvette on his garage floor with a garage door that you can cut open with a scissor. We know those doors. You lift them up. They advertise them. You lift it up with one hand. This is the protection. And where Hunter lives, I believe that's where Hunter lives. And these are documents. Now, why hasn't he been charged under this act? Why hasn't he? Probably 30 times the number of documents. And I had the protection, it's not the protection, it's the law, but I had the protection of the Presidential Records Act. And they don't. It's never been used, this act, this heinous, horrible act, has never been used before for this, anything like this. But it shows you how nasty and horrible this administration is. These are nasty, horrible people. The espionage, think of that, the word espionage. The other is called presidential records. That's what it is. It tells you exactly what you have to do. And basically it says the president makes the determination. And it's a civil act. It's not a criminal act. It's a civil act. And it only pertains to the president. So it wouldn't pertain to Biden because he wasn't president when he took all those documents. But why isn't he charged with espionage? It's really, we have a two-tier, but the people of the country will not stand for it. Under the Presidential Records Act, again, not a civil, this is civil, not a criminal law. It had every right, as president, you have every right to have these documents, personal belongings, and whatever else there is. Joe Biden didn't have the right. Mike Pence, let's let him go. He had a couple of documents. Let's let him go. Let's let him go. But he didn't have the right either because he wasn't president. It only pertains to the president. They were not covered by the Presidential Records Act, but these scoundrels and thugs, they all come after Trump. Let's go after Trump. You know why? Because we're leading. If we were down in the polls, or if I was not running, if I was in a nice location somewhere getting a beautiful suntan, saying, isn't this a beautiful? But I'm fighting for you, that's all I'm doing. Because we created, prior to COVID coming in, and then what we did to get it back was incredible, but prior to COVID coming in, created the greatest country ever in history. We had never, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, women, men, people with no diploma, people #1 in their class at Harvard, Wharton, MIT, the best schools. Everybody had a job. And even people on the left were calling me, let's get together. Success can bring the country together. We had the greatest success. That was the most successful period in the history of our country. And when people ask me, you know, because we talk about the left, we talk Marxist, and we talk all this, you know, do you notice how many people, and they're on my side, so I don't want, but you notice I started using the Marxist and all of fascist. I started putting in certain words into my talks and speeches. Do you notice how many people are now using those words? I noticed coming into the plane, everyone's talking about the Marxists. We've got to stop the Marxists and the fascists, but I don't care if I'm copied because they're right. We've got to stop them because they're bad. But I will tell you, during this period of time, I was getting calls from people that we would consider to be Marxists and fascists and others. People that you would not believe, and they wanted to get together. They'd never seen anything like it. Everybody was working. We were energy dominant, really. We were getting ready to be, we were going to sell energy to Europe and to all parts of the world. We were at a level that we've never seen. We had $1.87 gasoline. We had everything wrong. I had Anwar, even Ronald's friend and some of our people, Roger, as an example, big fan of Ronald Reagan. But he tried to get it done. Anwar couldn't get it done. The Bushes, of course, couldn't get it done. They didn't come close. But everybody wanted Anwar. Bigger, perhaps, than Saudi Arabia in terms of liquid gold. In Alaska, I got it done. And the first thing they did is canceled it. And they canceled the Keystone Pipeline. And then energy started to go up, and then everything went to hell. And that's what caused the inflation. And we're going to be drilling, and we're going to be doing all sorts of things, and inflation's going to come down rapidly, and the interest rates, therefore, will follow. And we're going to have a country that I think it'll be unprecedented. The one thing we have to do is we have to get a lot of the criminals that have been allowed to come into our country. We have to get them out because we have some bad ones. The crucial legal precedent is laid out in the most important case on the Presidential Records Act ever on this subject, known as the it's Bill Clinton socks case. You know why socks? Because he took it out in his socks. I didn't take it out of my socks. I had boxes piled up in front of the White House, and everybody's taking pictures of them because I wasn't hiding anything. He took it out in his socks. After leaving the White House, Bill Clinton kept 79 audio tapes in his socks and in his sock drawer. That's why it's called the Clinton socks case. They included discussions of U.S. foreign policy options, both defense and offense against Cuba, the recordings of President Clinton's conversations with the biggest foreign leaders then in the world, sensitive facts about trade negotiations taken from presidential briefings, discussions with the Secretary of State about the conflict in Bosnia, which was a tough one, and so much more, really big stuff. Took it out, these were recordings, took them out in his socks, they found him in his sock drawer, nothing happened to him. Not only was Bill Clinton never even considered for criminal prosecution based on the tapes he took, but when he was sued for them, the government sued him civilly, not criminally. They didn't say you're going to go to jail under the Espionage Act. But when they sued him, he won the case. Judge Amy Berman Jackson's decision states, and very conclusively, listen to this, quote, under the statutory scheme established by the Presidential Records Act, the decision to segregate personal materials from presidential records is made by the president during the term of the president and in the president's sole discretion, not other people. Any normal administration, even an opposing one, would consider that to be the end. That's the end of it. But not when it comes to Trump and not when it comes to a candidate that's beating their candidate by a lot. This has never been done before. In other words, not the corrupt Biden regime. The Sox decision also states, quote, the National Archives, listen to this, that's NARA, very left group, by the way. They have the Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights red flagged. You know why? Because they consider them to be dangerous documents, okay? This is the group that's after me. The National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, does not have, this is her decision, respect it, does not have the authority to designate materials as presidential records. It's not up to them. NARA does not have the tapes in question, and NARA lacks any right, duty, or means to seize control of these tapes. The president enjoys, quote, the president enjoys unconstrained authority to make decisions regarding the disposal of documents. Now, this is a law passed in 1977, Presidential Records Act. Neither the archivist nor Congress has the authority to veto the president's decision. Totally up to the president, which is me. Does not pertain to the vice president or anybody else. The Presidential Records Act does not confer any mandatory or even discretionary authority on the archivist, that's NARA, to classify these records. Under the statute, this responsibility is left solely to the President of the United States, your favorite president, me. They indicted me. And think of it. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand those words. That's very as simple as it gets. They indicted me. In other words, whatever documents a president decides to take with him, he has the absolute and unquestioned right to do so. This is a law that was passed and signed. And that's the law, and that's the way it is, and it couldn't be more clear. And I will quote from a paper that I would say has not been on our site too much. But even the New York Times, in a major article, said that when it comes to asking for documents from former president, the only power that NARA has is to say to the President of the United States, pretty please, could we possibly have the documents? Quote, asking nicely is about all they can do. That's all they can do. Think, you didn't hear this stuff. You know, you read about espionage and insurrection. These people are sick. They're sick. And yet, they reported me to the Department of Justice for criminal prosecution. Now, you hear what the law is. That's the law. By the way, there were many other cases that back that up, too. I didn't even know that until 2 days ago. Many other cases back that up. Nothing like this has ever happened to our country before. That is why no other president, even those who kept far more documents than I, like Biden, who wasn't president, and that's very dangerous, by the way, because he doesn't come under the Presidential Records Act. When he took all this stuff, he wasn't president. But it's never even been investigated. Nobody else was ever even investigated over this, let alone charged with a very severe crime. The good news is the people understand it, they get it, and that's why we're leading by more points than we were doing very well, but it went up. Who else gets indicted and their poll numbers go up? The reason is because people understand it's a political way of interfering with the election. I always had tremendous respect for the office of the president. I had tremendous respect, beyond respect. So I never hit Biden as hard as I could have, or as hard as I should have, to be honest with you. I never did. I just had too much respect for the office. Even the office of vice president, he was vice president. But now with my indictment, I mean, they arrest you. Think of it. They arrest your opponent in an election. An opponent that's winning by a tremendous amount over this person, and they arrest you. And that's worse than ballot stuffing, I think. But it should have the same kind of an impact. But they didn't know when they raided Mar-a-Lago, which is unprecedented. They took away, you take a look at the Fourth Amendment, I mean, they took away my constitutional rights. They raided my home. Think of it, FBI agents pouring into a house, carrying guns of a former president of the United States. It's such a serious thing, such a horrible thing. But with my indictment over nonsense and over exactly what I just read to you, where you make the decision for purposes of election interference, I said, you know, now the gloves can come off, because I never thought anybody would do it like that. Neither did anybody else. So we'd be rough, politically rough, but we would never like this, because I would never have said this, even though it's true. But I don't think I could have said it before, but now it's very easy to say Biden is the most corrupt president in the history of our country by far. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it to be a great badge of honor and courage. I'm doing it for you. I'm being indicted for you. Better me than you, right? Just sit there saying, hey, I'd rather have it. We love our president. Let them indict him. We don't want to be indicted. And I believe the U is more than 200 million people that love our country. Far more than 200 million. Meanwhile, as we've been persecuted for 7 years, because this didn't just start with the boxes. I call it the boxes hoax. It's a hoax. But this didn't start with boxes. This started 7 years ago when we came down the escalator. Your great First Lady, future First Lady, at the time. And despite having done nothing wrong, the White House just announced they've dropped the investigation into the West Wing cocaine scandal of just a few days. Think of it. They have cocaine going into the White House. They've got more cameras than any building probably in the world. It's opposite the Situation Room. I said it the other day, first time, you know, Situation Room, know it very well. Probably the most important room anywhere in the world. That's where war is decided, where nuclear is decided, where everything is decided. They say, oh gee, we didn't have any cameras. Like hell they did. By the way, at Mar-a-Lago, which is not the Situation Room, we had tapes, and we handed over all our tapes, gladly handed them over. Take a look. And then they said, oh, there's somebody walking around with a box. We're allowed to do that. But think of this. We had tapes, and we handed them over. Well, they said they don't have tapes, they don't happen to have it. This investigation, and that's a big deal, the cocaine. The cocaine by itself is a big deal, but it could have been other things. It could have been a dangerous weapon, so to speak, a bioweapon. But they ended it in just literally a few days. Now, I've been under investigation from really 2015, from the day I announced. From the day I came down the escalator, and actually when you think about it, from before that, because there was a poll that was taken where I was leading before. They said if he ever runs, he's going to win. And you know, people did tend to know me. That's when I had a nice, easy life. What I do for you, you have no idea. Very successful person, man who's one of the most successful people, said, I don't know how you take it. I said, do I have a choice? Because these are scoundrels. He said, no, I don't know how. Could I ask you a question, President? Well, if you had it to do again, would you do it? Because I did have a great life. If you had it to do again, would you do it? I said, without even a question. Because we did something that nobody else could have ever done. What we did during that period of time was incredible. And more importantly now, we're going to do it again, and we're going to do it even better. So it's never even a doubt. Not even a little doubt in my mind. And I have to say, because with all the fake news back there, if I said, oh, gee, I think there would be headlines. He wished he didn't do it. No. I'm very glad I did it. And more importantly, what's coming up, let them take away your freedom. It's very simple. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. That's true. But I was starting to say a little while ago that if I were, instead of leading by 30, 40, or 50 points or whatever, if I were, I noticed Megan, I saw her a little while coming in, it's on the television, and I was watching, she was great, and she said, you can't beat him, he's got like a 40 or 50 point lead. But, you know, if I didn't have a 50, let's say I was losing, or let's say I wasn't running, none of this stuff would be happening. None of it would. If I were down by 20 instead of up by 50, maybe I'd have to be down by 30 or 40. But if I were down in the polls, or if I wasn't running, if I didn't do this, I would not have any of this stuff. You know, they've mobilized the AGs and the DAs, and they actually, in the New York DA, they actually took their top man out of DOJ, and they put their top man. Do you know this, Byron? They took Byron, such an incredible guy, by the way. He made a good speech. He's got a big future. All of those three that I introduced have an incredible future. But what they did is something that you just can't do. What they're doing is something that is just not permissible. And people were shocked. Even the fake news was very surprised. I promise you this, that if you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over and America will be a free nation once again. It'll be free. I ran twice. I won twice. I did much better the second time than I did the first. It's true. Getting millions and millions and millions more votes the second time than I did in 2016, and likewise getting more votes than any president in the history, sitting president in the history of our country by far. And you know, I also had the biggest margin. You know, usually when, like Obama, he ran, he got much fewer votes, many fewer votes the second time. You know, when he was re-elected, he got much less than he did the first time. Most presidents are like that. You know why? Because people get bored. They get bored with their president. You're never going to get bored with me, I promise. But from a voting standpoint, no president has ever gone up that much. I went from 63 million, we got 63 and we won. I was told by the pollsters, if you could get close to 63 again, you're going to win in an absolute landslide. Well, I didn't do that. I got close to 75 million, but that's what was reported. We got much more than 75 million, and we didn't win. So explain that one, but we won. And now we're going to do it a third time, and there are going to be no mistakes. We're going to be watching that. We're going to swamp them. One way you really, when you swamp them, you get so much. There's only so many ballots they can produce. And you know what I mean by that. So we're going to swamp them. And I've never seen spirit like this. We've never had, you know, we had great spirit in 2016, and we'd have rallies with 25, 30,000 people. We had a rally the other day in South Carolina where we had over 80,000 people coming. Just a few days ago. It was incredible. And we had great support. You know, again, we got many millions of more votes the second time. We had tremendous support, tremendous enthusiasm. We have never, ever had enthusiasm. Even look at this crowd. We've never had enthusiasm like we have right now. And a big part of that is you see how bad they're running our country, how incompetent they are, what China's doing to us, what everybody's doing to us. The country is laughing at our leader. They think he's a gross incompetent, that he doesn't know what he's doing, and he's totally corrupt. Other than that, he's doing a wonderful job, isn't he? It's such a sad thing for our country to be represented by this guy. I was watching his recent meetings over in Europe, and he doesn't know where the hell he is. He's on a stage, and he wasn't too sharp 30 years ago. Okay, he was not the sharpest one in the pen. Just think of what we already accomplished in 4 incredible years. We delivered the largest tax cuts and regulatory cuts in history. And likewise, we built the greatest economy ever in the history of the world. China was going to catch us for 20 years. 2018, China was going to overtake us. We were doubling up. We were so far ahead of them, they never had a chance. And if we had a smart president, they would never be able to take us. We achieved energy independence, and energy dominance was going to be there right around the corner for the first time in about 78 years. I think probably more than that. I don't think we were ever dominant. We created the most secure border in U.S. history, built nearly 500 miles of border wall. I hear this sloppy Chris Christie guy. He said, Trump only built 47 miles of 190 foot. Then they checked with the Border Patrol and the people that do that. Almost 500 miles of wall. And remember this, I said Mexico is going to pay for it some way. They gave us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. That's more than any wall, that's more. And they did that for years because while I was building the wall, and Congress fought me tooth and nail, including some Republicans. They fought me like Mitch McConnell. They fought me tooth and nail. And I ended up taking the money out of the military. I took the money out of the military because I considered it an invasion of our country. And we built almost 500 miles of wall. And then I said, we completed that job, and I said, you know, we're going to need some more because people are coming around other areas. So we ordered 200 miles of additional wall. It was ready to be installed. Could have been done in 3 weeks. It was all there. It was all built. The hard part was getting it there and building it and getting it there. And they didn't want it to go up. And that's when I first, I guess, believed that they actually want to have an open border. It's so crazy. With people coming in, the likes of which you don't ever want in your country. But we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And that was hard. I like the president of Mexico. He's great. He's a socialist, but you can't have everything, right? But he's a great guy. And they laughed at me when I said, I want you to supply 28,000. That's what we need, soldiers along the border while we're building the wall. And they said, why would we do that? I said, you just have to do it. Please do it. I would appreciate it. We will not do that. I said, well, are you sure? Then they sent their representative to see me at the State Department with a woman that was very good. She worked on Mexico for 25 years. She said, sir, they'll never do that. She'll never do that. They'll never do remain in Mexico. They'll never do catch and release into Mexico. They'll never do any of these things. I said, yes, they will. No, they won't, sir. They won't. I said, yes, they will. You watch. The guy comes in, the top representative comes into the office. I said, we need you to give us 28,000 soldiers for our border, please. He laughed at me, thought I was a fool. And I said, no, don't. If you're going to give me those soldiers. No, we cannot do that, sir. We cannot. How foolish a request. I said, no, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. And if you don't do it, on Monday morning, we're going to put a 25% tariff on every single product coming out of Mexico, including cars, 32% of which is stole from the United States. You know, they took 32% of our car manufacturing business by stupid presidents that allowed it to happen. We didn't allow it to happen. Now it's happening again. I hate to tell you, Michigan and all the states that are so good, it's happening again. They're taking the car business. The electric cars, they're not going to be built here. They're going to be built in China mostly. But I said to him, I said, I'm signing this, 28,000 soldiers. And what's the story? Sir, I'd like to be able to make a call. Do you mind if I come back? So I told him about the 25% tax tariff. And he comes back about 3 minutes later. Sir, we'd be delighted to supply you with 28,000. We would be delighted to give you all the soldiers you want. Please don't do that to us, sir. I beg you. No, I said, we'd be delighted. It would be my great honor to give you 28,000 on behalf of the Mexican government. And these were very good soldiers. They were not politically correct either. They were said, you cannot come in. And we had the greatest numbers anywhere. We deported also illegal alien criminals like MS-13 gang members that killed people for fun. At a number nobody's ever seen before. Thousands and thousands. I never got enough credit for that whole deal, but we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the most unsafe border, I think, in the history of the world. No country would allow millions of people to just walk across the country. We have no idea who they are. I fully rebuilt the United States military, created Space Force, defeated ISIS, something which they all said you couldn't do. I did it in 4 weeks. Because we have great generals. We have great generals. We have not the ones that you see on television, the real generals that we have. And we have great generals. And we brought our troops back home. We got them back home. But we defeated ISIS. And I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. I didn't start a war. We had peace in this state. As I was building that military, we got more and more bravado going, but they respected us. We did a great job. But we do. We have great soldiers. You know, it's very important for you to know that we had a case with ISIS. I was told it would take 3 or 4 years to defeat ISIS, and we had I wanted to see, because I couldn't understand it. You know, they're great fighters, by the way. And I said, I want to go and I want to see what's going on with that, because we wanted to go and do ISIS and we wanted to do the Taliban in Afghanistan. And so I went to Iraq and I landed at this big, beautiful Air Force base. It cost billions and billions of dollars to build. I landed in the dark of night. Sir, would you please turn off your lights? 21 years I have to turn off the lights to Air Force One, would you please? And we actually came in a tanker. And I'm saying, you know, with all the money we spent, 21 years, we're flying in on these planes at dark. And, you know, I tell the story. Should anybody want to hear the story? So I get on Air Force One, and we're getting ready to land in Iraq. And they come, we're about an hour and a half out. Sir, we'd like to turn off all lights in the plane. Oh, why? Why do I have to turn off lights? Sir, we want the plane to be totally dark. We're going to be landing in an enemy zone. I said, we've been fighting it for 21 years. We got the best weapons. What the hell is the enemy zone? But we know, sir, we're landing in an enemy zone. So I said, all right, close it up. Then they come in, sir, we're going to close all the blinds. So we're talking blinds, there wasn't a light in the plane. I couldn't see where the hell I was. I had a meeting with some people. I couldn't even see them across the desk. It was just great. But I said, you know, I want to go up and I want to see the landing and I want to go. I have great respect for these pilots. You know, they look better than Tom Cruise, okay? These guys, they are the most handsome human beings I've ever seen. I don't like being with them too long because, you know, you get an inferiority complex. Yes, sir. They're perfect people. You know, the top 10 people, whatever, fly Air Force were the best people you've ever seen. I stay with the pilots, and you know, because I'm hearing about this landing, and we're an hour and a half, and then half hour. I said, I'll go up with the pilots, so they're leading me along the hallways. It's crazy. Think of it. We can't control that. It's so terrible. And I go, and I'm sitting right behind the captain of the plane, and him, and the co-pilot, and the others. There were a lot of people up there, all like central casting. You could make a movie with every one of them could be a star and make bigger stars than they have right now. Today, who the hell do we have? We don't have stars. Today we have Rosie. Today we have Rosie. Wasn't that a lucky answer when I gave that to Megan? She just said to me, what a great answer that was, because it cut off that question. That was a horrible question. But, so I'm sitting with the pilots, and sir, we're getting ready to land. And they have, I don't know if anybody sat in one of these big commercial planes, but it's incredible. They have a computer voice. And it goes out, sounds like a person, but it's not, very official. 1,000, 900, 800, 700, and it goes down, that's feet. Now 700 feet when you're in a 747 is not high. That's real low. 600, 500, I said, Captain, Captain, are we okay? Because, you know, I'm used to landing and you see lights ahead, right? You know, it's called a runway. Yes, sir, we're fine, sir. He's like, you know, I'd say, Captain, I don't see any lights. I said, sir, we don't need them. We're the finest equipment in the world. I said, oh, that's 400, 300, 200. They're 200 feet off the ground. We're in this massive plane. And the wheels are down now, everything's down, and I said, but that's the way. So I'm walking down the stairs. I said, what's your name, General? He says, Kane, sir. My name is Kane. What's your first name? Raisin. Raisin? Your name is Raisin. So your name is Raisin, can you say? General, you're the guy I'm looking for. I said. Then he introduced me to the other general, handsome guy. Then a couple of sergeants that were great. One of them, drill sergeants, he would have been great in the movies, playing a drill sergeant. And we went to him, sir, would you like to rest for a while and we could meet you tomorrow? I said, rest? I've been on the plane for 20 hours. He was thinking about Biden. See, he was thinking, Biden would say, first of all, he wouldn't go there. But he would say, yeah, let's rest for a few days. No, I don't want to rest. I want to go and find out what's going on. So we met with General Raisin Kane and a whole staff. I said, so General, let me ask you this question. We've been fighting ISIS with the best weapons in the world. We've been fighting for many, many years, decades. And we don't seem to win. And I asked a couple of our Washington generals, who a couple of them I fired, you know that, I fired them because I thought they were incompetent. But I asked a couple of our, they were incompetent, right? I asked a couple of our generals, why is it that we can't defeat ISIS? We have the best equipment in the world. We have the best weapons in the world. Nobody even close. We have things that nobody, that I won't talk to you about, but we, unlike Biden, where he tells everybody we have no ammunition. How about that one? We have no ammunition, but we're going to give more. Well. By the way, that's classified information. You know that, right? I wonder if they're going to prosecute him for that. What a stupid thing to say, though, if you're running, you know. What a stupid thing to say you have no ammunition. So I said, so General, they tell me it would take years to defeat ISIS, and they're not sure they can do it. What do you think? Sir, we can have it done in 3 weeks. This is Raisin Kane. I said, General, explain that, please. Well, sir, when we were here, we only attacked from this base, and this base is very far away. By the time we got there, we had to come back. But we have many satellite bases, and we have other bases in the area. And sir, we'll hit them from the front, and we'll hit them from the back, we'll hit them from the left or right. We'll hit them from above, and we'll even go underground if necessary. We'll hit them from so many locations, sir, that they won't know what the shit is happening. And I said, how sure are you of that? He said, sir, 3 weeks, maybe 4, but you'll have time left over. Now, you have to understand, I was told in Washington this thing would take years and years. We've been fighting it for years and years. That's why I went to Iraq to find out, why can't we win? Why can't we do this? Why can't we defeat ISIS? Okay, the ISIS caliphate. And so I said, General, I'll speak to you during the week, and I appreciate what you told me. And we stayed there for a little while. We had lunch and dinner with the troops, and then I got back on the plane, and we left, and I came back, and then on Monday or so I called. I said, you sure you can do it, General? I'm sure, sir. You can do it, sir. I said, good, General, let's go do it. And he just went wild. And then they said, called him up. I said, I heard you're making great progress. Yes, sir, we're going to have time left over. I told you that, sir. I said, so what's the status? Well, we have them all quartered now. We have a lot of them quartered now. Would like the approval to take them out. I said, you know, these are human lives you're talking about. No, sir. They're scum, sir. They're scum. They kill our people. They kill a lot of people. They kill their own people. They're bad people, sir. And, I mean, again, you know, I'm telling you this story because we have a great military. Because you hear these buffoons, they can't get out of Afghanistan. They take our military out first. They leave 13 dead soldiers, and what they don't tell you is how many were horrifically wounded. Their face, their arms blown off. And these are incompetent people. I didn't lose one soldier in 18 months in Afghanistan. So I said to him, so General, what do you want to do? Take them out, sir. Just give me the order. I don't know, General. How about surrender? Do you think they'll surrender, sir? They don't know what that means. They don't know what a white flag is, sir. They don't surrender. You know what I'll tell you, General? Fly over them a few times with those big, beautiful X-16s. The F-16s are very scary. I said, just go fly over them, and maybe you'll get them to surrender. They won't surrender, sir, but I'm going to do that. So a couple of days later, he said, sir, we flew over them, and they're not doing anything other than they want to fight. And I said, then what you have to do is you have to do what you have to do. and he did his job. And I'll tell you what, we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And I said, now you can come home. Come home, General. I tell you that story because it's important for you to know our military is great. We just have incompetent leadership, grossly incompetent. And when Putin went into, look, I mean, it's so sad to see, when he went into Ukraine and he, did what he did, he would have never done that. In a million years, it wasn't going to happen. I used to talk to him. It was the apple of his eye. I knew that. I knew him very well. I actually had a very good relationship with him. Everyone said, oh, that's horrible. Don't forget, I'm the one that closed down his pipeline. I'm the one that gave them the javelins, the anti-tank buster. When they say Obama gave him sheets, Trump gave him javelins. I was the worst thing that ever happened to Russia, but I got along with him. But think of it, I closed down the biggest job they ever had, which was a pipeline, which was going to make them so much. Biden, in his first week, approved the pipeline and let Russia build it. I had to turn down. They had started it, it was almost finished, and I stopped it. Who could do that but me? Nobody else is going to be able to do that. Nobody. I mean, I looked at all these candidates, and they're lightweights. But no, nobody else is going to be able to do that. So I stopped that. Did so many other things, and then the disinformation Democrats, these people are disinformation, so they're good at. They say, Trump is soft on Russia. Oh, he's soft on Russia. We wiped out all those tanks with the guns. I gave them, and all the sanctions I put on. And yet I got along with Putin. But the apple of his eye was Ukraine. I said, Vladimir, don't do it. It'll be so bad for you if you do it. We will hit you harder than anybody has ever hit you. You got lucky with Germany, they froze. You got lucky with Napoleon, they froze. We're not going to freeze. Missiles aren't freezing as they're pouring. And he didn't believe me, but he believed me 5%. That's all we needed, right? And I had the same conversation with President Xi of China. Same conversation with President Xi. I said, don't go into Taiwan, President. And I had a great relationship with him, too. It's funny. The ones I got along with best were the tough ones. The weak ones. The weak, squeamish ones, I didn't get along with them so well. I could give you some names, but I won't bother. But the tough ones, Kim Jong, he's going, please give it. Kim Jong-un, I got along with. Nobody tougher. Tremendous nuclear capability, nobody tougher. When we came down and when I had that little seating session, which is traditional with President Obama, he said the single biggest problem we have is North Korea. I said, have you spoken to him? No. Have you called him? No, but he actually did 11 times, according to Kim Jong-un, which I did. There aren't a lot of phones over there. They have one phone in the communist headquarters, so it's not a lot of fun. But we went very nasty. It was a little rocket band, remember? It was all the different things. I was calling him names. He was calling me names. He said, I have a red button on my desk, and it works for nuclear. I said, I have a bigger button on my desk, and my button really works. It was so dangerous. A lot of people thought it was dangerous, and all of a sudden I got a call. I'd love to get together, and we got together. We saved the Olympics in South Korea. Nobody was going. Nobody was buying tickets. They didn't want to be bombed out of the stadium. And as soon as that happened, we even put North Korea into the Olympics. It was a whole thing. We did a great job. We get no credit for it, but we did a phenomenal job. And there was no threat of nuclear. Remember, I went there and I walked across. Secret Service and all of them said, please don't walk into North Korea, but I did. I walked into it, and boy, there were a lot of guns pointed at me, I'll tell you. But we did, and we got along with them great. And we would have had a deal with them had the election not changed. We would have had a deal with Iran. Iran was dying to make a deal because we had them cut off. I told China, if you buy any oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with us. And they stopped buying oil. Everybody stopped. They were ready to make a deal. We would have made a deal that was great for everybody. No nuclear weapons. You can't give nuclear weapons. Now they're going to have a nuclear weapon. Now you have, think of this, China is building in Cuba. Okay, does anyone know that? They don't even talk about it. The fake news, they don't want to mention it because it's so bad. But China's building in Cuba. This is 90 miles off our coast, and nobody does. When I get in, they'll be gone within 48 hours. They will be. Can you imagine? When the Marxists toppled statues of our great heroes, I immediately signed an executive order stating that anybody who even lightly defaced a federal monument in Washington, remember they were going crazy, or statue would get 10 years in prison, no probation, no anything. And 3 years ago, in September of 2020, I proudly signed the world's very first ban on critical race theory, vanquishing those racist trainings from the federal government long before anyone else had ever heard of them. But all of that was only the beginning. With your support in 2024, we are going to put America first like never before, and we are going to finish the job that we so successfully started. Now, many people, it was 4 years, but many people say it was one of the most successful presidencies ever. Some people say it was the most successful presidency. When I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state. They will be obliterated. And we know all the good ones now. You know, when I went there, I'd only been to Washington 17 times in my life, according to the fake news, and 17 times, and never stayed there. So I wasn't a Washington establishment person, but I didn't know the people. I had to rely on people to give me names. And largely, we got great names. You know, we got the tax cut. We did so much. We rebuilt our military. But there are people that I wouldn't have put there, and I will fire all of these corrupt bureaucrats, because now, better than maybe anybody else, I know the great ones, I know the smart ones, I know the dumb ones, I know the weak ones, I know the stupid ones, but I know the ones because I know everybody in Washington. I got a PhD in learning about the people of Washington, and those people that I introduced a little while are at the top of the list too, I will tell you that. And we will create a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and all of the corruption that's gone on. And before I even arrive at the Oval Office, just all I need is the victory. I don't have to be there yet, but the victory. Shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled. We'll get that settled very quickly. As I said 2 days ago, Biden gave up a lot of secrets about the condition of our country and our military with the ammunition, which is very, very classified, and the cluster bombs going to Ukraine. And just the other day, he announced he's sending thousands and thousands of troops, despite the fact that the U.S. military has been so badly depleted already. We're sending thousands of troops. And the problem is, we're in there for almost 200 billion, and Europe is in there for 20 billion. Now, Europe is the same size as us approximately. If you add all the countries, they're approximately the same size as us, as the United States. And why aren't they paying the same amount or more? But they're not. Not a single American mother or father should have to worry that their child will be sent to die in Eastern Europe. And I'll make a deal that's fair for Ukraine and fair for Russia. I mean, we gotta make a deal. When I was on this crazy show on CNN, I don't know if anybody got to watch it, the town hall. You know, they supposedly got the highest ratings in 11 years, and they ended up firing the president over it. It's done well. They fired the president. It's supposed to be the opposite. You get the highest ratings, and they should give him a raise, right? But this conflict has to end, and when I'm president, it will be done very quickly, I believe in 24 hours. Now, somebody like Ron DeSantis cannot do it because he's owned and controlled by the globalist establishment who always puts America last. We all saw how quickly DeSantis reversed himself on Ukraine. You know, it's funny, the other day they were doing a straight news show, and they said, and ladies and gentlemen, we have Ron DeSantis here. And they screamed, no, it's DeSantis, you know. So that's called good branding, do you? They can't even get his name right. The guy's introducing him as DeSantis. I love that. By the way, the way I feel about him, just so you know, this is a very personal meeting. It's society. We have nothing to do, right? We have nothing to do. But the way I feel, I got him elected. They'll tell you that. He was dead. He was losing to Adam Putnam by a margin, like 30 points, some massive margin. It was over. Putnam had 30 million. He had no money. He came to see me. He said, he's looking for a job as a lawyer or something. Pizza parlor, lawyer, and he'll take anything. He begged me to endorse him. I said, listen, if I'm Abraham Lincoln, if I'm Lincoln and Washington together, we gave you a joint endorsement, you can't win, you two for no, sir. If you endorse me in the state of Florida, they love you in Florida. If you endorse me, I'll win. And he helped me on impeachment hoax number 1 and 2 a little bit. not nearly like a great Jim Jordan or any of those guys, but he was one of 175 congressmen, because about 175 would go on television. And I'd see him on television a little bit, so he was funny, and I didn't know Putnam. So I said, you know what, Ron, let's give it a shot. So I said, give me something you'd like. He gave it to me. I thought it was terrible. I rewrote it. And he went up like a rocket ship. He went up. We're starting the rallies again now. But the rallies are the greatest. And we had 3 of them, and he ends up winning. And he said, I won. I said, yeah, I told you you're going to win. Then, 3.5 years later, they scream out a question to him. Will you run against the president? Will you run against him? He goes, I have no comment. I said, no comment? That son of a bitch is going to run against me. I got him elected. So if anybody has any questions as to why I take it a little personally, I do take that a little personally. I know I'm not supposed to. A lot of pro-politicians say, don't ever tell a story like that. People don't care about royalty. I said, I think they do care about royalty. But I'm the only one that can make this promise. It's a big promise, especially for you in this room, because you're young and you have a big life ahead of you. I will prevent World War III. We're going into World War III. This whole thing about sending troops, there's going to be a point at which it's not going to be stopped. To stop the destruction of our national wealth, I will impose a border tariff on all foreign-made goods, everything coming into our country. They're ripping our country, and we're not going to let. We want our products made in American factories by American companies in Florida and other states. And I will also pass what we'll call the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. That means that if China's charging us 100% for something, we will charge them 100% for something. If they're 150, we will charge. Right now, they charge us 100. Now, I built it up because we took in billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars from China with the tariffs I put on. They want to take them off so badly, but they don't have the courage to do it because politically, I think it would be a disaster. But more importantly, financially for us, it would be a disaster. I saved the steel industry. The people that love me the most are the steel people, because you wouldn't have a steel industry right now. So if we had a war against China, we'd have to get our steel from China. Does that work? I don't think so. We need some tanks. We need steel. Let's get it from China. Now, we saved the steel industry. We will gain total independence from China, and we will hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for unleashing the China virus upon the world. We will do that in some form. I will immediately terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. Under Biden, other countries are emptying out their prisons, insane asylums, mental institutions, and dumping everyone, including the most vicious terrorists in the world, right into the USA. I have something. Did anyone ever hear the snake? Should I do it? Because we're going to go long. We're going to go a little long. That means you're going to miss your dinner. But I have a feeling you like this better. Do you like this? Should I do the snake? Should I? The snake. It's about 100 degrees out, so if we're outside, you say, no, please don't do this. But it's great. This was a great song written a long time ago, and we sort of recast it, but it's true. And it has to do with terrorism. We're allowing people to come in. They're going to destroy our country. We have to get them out. We have to take them out. So this has to do with the fact that people are coming into our country through our borders. Very sad and very terrible thing is happening, and many of these people are very bad. On her work, and this is, who's heard this, by the way, just before? Who's heard this? That's pretty good. It's amazing how few, because they do it, but I think it's pretty terrific. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. Her pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and as soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. A snake. And that's what we're doing. We're taking in people that are very, very dangerous people. We're allowing them to come in, and they're being sent in here by the millions and millions and millions. Following the Eisenhower model, we will use all necessary state, local, federal, and military resources to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. I will use Title 42, which they ended, to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families, to their home countries. And to further deter illegal immigration, I will sign a Day 1 executive order ending automatic citizenship for the children of illegal immigrants. All of those family members in. As the horrific riots in France have proven, we must also redouble our efforts to ensure that anyone who comes to America shares our values and assimilates into our culture. We want people who can love our country and cherish our country. Under the Trump administration, we imposed extreme vetting and put on a powerful travel ban to keep radical Islamic terrorists and jihadists out of our country, and with great success. You know that. You didn't see anything about that for 4 years, did you? And you would have seen a lot of it. When I return to office, the travel ban is coming back even bigger and much stronger than before. The United States will not be condemned for the same fate as countries like France, which are truly going through hell right now. I will also order our government to deny entry to all communists and Marxists as required by law. Our bigger problem is getting the ones that we have here out. The ones that got elected to office, we got some bad people. Shifty Schiff and these people are sick people. They're bad people. They're liars and bad people. And I believe they hate our country. Our Democrat-run cities are more dangerous now than they ever have been in history. Crime has risen 100, 200, and even 300%. It is out of control with no end in sight. Just a few months ago, a savage illegal alien criminal in Texas with 4 prior deportations walked into his neighbor's house and executed an 8-year-old boy and an 18-year-old man and 3 innocent women, 2 of whom, along with a 6-week-old baby and a 3-year-old girl. This all took place in a very short period of time. The same week, an illegal alien in the sanctuary state of California went on a multi-day killing rampage, stabbing to death a 50-year-old man, a 20-year-old college student, and attempted to murder a 64-year-old woman. In the Bronx 2 weeks ago, a savage criminal previously convicted of attempted murder went into the streets and sprayed a hail of bullets into a crowd, one of them hitting a precious 5-year-old girl while she was riding her father's car. In Washington, D.C. on the 4th of July, Washington, D.C., so beautiful and not beautiful anymore. I kept it beautiful. If I saw 1 tent or 2 tents or 3 tents as I was coming in from the airport, I'd have them taken down immediately because I knew that you'd have 100 tents and 1,000 tents if you don't do it. But you should see Washington, D.C. right now. In Washington, D.C. on the 4th of July, 9 people were viciously shot in a single drive-by shooting that targeted an Independence Day celebration, including a 9-year-old child. It's about time for the federal government to take over Washington, D.C. and run it properly, run it with sense, run it strongly, and end the crime. Washington, D.C., crime has become a crime capital of the world. Our national capital is not being taken care of the way it should be. We have to take care of it, we have to cherish it, we have to love it, and if we don't do that, it's very, very sad. You take a look at the numbers, people don't want to come in anymore. You have tents all over, the sidewalks smell. It's a horrible thing. The federal government has to take it over and do everything that has to be done, and it has to be tippy-top. It has to be perfect, and bring it back and make it better than it ever was, and we can do that pretty easily. The people that are running it don't have a clue, or they do have a clue and they don't want to see it good, but it is really bad. To stop the Marxist prosecutors who release rapists and murderers while prosecuting and persecuting conservatives, Republicans, and others, I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical district attorney and attorney general in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. To combat the scourge of homelessness that is plaguing Democrat-run cities, I will use every possible authority to get the homeless, drug-addicted, and dangerously deranged people off the streets and will get them medical care. But we can't have what's happening in San Francisco and Los Angeles and New York and Chicago and every other Democrat-run city. In all cases, they're Democrat-run. The liberal policies that indulge these social maladies are not compassionate at all. They're an insult to law-abiding, hard-working citizens who are living in danger. They're living in danger. People that love their country and they can't believe what's happening. They can't walk down the street. Atlanta, you can't walk down the street for a loaf of bread. You'll end up being shot. But then they come after me for a perfect phone call. You believe I make a perfect? I have lawyers on the other end of the phone, on the other side. Nobody said, oh, this is inappropriate. I only talk appropriate. I know how to talk. And I have a perfect phone call. They said, well, was he pushing the election? And I was complaining about a rigged election, very simple. And the other lawyers on the phone, representing the state and the Secretary of State, if I said anything wrong, they would have said, we don't like what you said. How dare you say? No, they didn't say that. In fact, we set up another call for the next day. Now I understand that they're looking at that call. Think of it. You got murderers all over Atlanta. Nobody can walk out, and they come after me. Remember the perfect call I made with Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, Zelensky. That's why I respect him, because he could have grandstanded and said, oh, I felt threatened. He didn't feel threatened because it was a perfect call. Fortunately, we had it taped. This is even more perfect. But they want to do anything because they're sick, deranged people. And I don't think the people of the country will stand for it. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content for our children. We want great schools to lead to great jobs and to great lives and great success. I will keep men out of women's sports. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. And I will sign a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Could you imagine 15 years ago having somebody stand up here and say, we will stop child mutilation? Who would ever think of this? Our country is sick. The world is sick, frankly. And I will restore the Trump ban on transgender in the military. I had it stopped, totally stopped. And they I will not give one penny to any school that has to. If you have a vaccine mandate, from kindergarten through college, you don't get anything. You don't get anything. I will also continue my long record of standing up to Big Pharma by creating a special presidential commission to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in childhood diseases, autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and other chronic health problems. Just as I did 4 years, for 4 years we did this, I will fully uphold and support the Second Amendment. Nobody has ever done a job like I've done on the Second Amendment. And I will tell you, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, but we defended the Second Amendment like nobody else could have. I will defend innocent life. And nobody's done more than I have. And I will move heaven and earth to fully secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with only paper ballots. And of course, a thing called voter ID. The reason they don't want it is because without it they can cheat. Actually, 88% of the Democrats want voter ID, but the leadership doesn't want because they can't cheat. Much harder to cheat. We want voter ID. One day, we want paper ballots. We'll have elections. France just had an election. 36 million people. By 10 o'clock in the evening it was over, no complaints, it was over. You had a winner, you had a loser. But we go back to paper ballots, one-day voting. You can have one-day voting, it would be so good. You have these elections, they last 54 days. Where are those ballots? And I said, well, let's see, I think we moved them over to a different county. But until then, Republicans must compete and we must win. We have to win. This is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is totally out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea formed together as a menacing and very destructive and quite powerful coalition. Very powerful. Our currency is crashing and we will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat. 200 years, if we lose the world standard in currency, that would be unthinkable. Couldn't have happened 3 years ago, couldn't have even happened. But it won't happen with me, not even a chance, just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine. Never, never, ever. And by the way, they didn't. You know, a lot of Democrats even say, I gotta say, Trump kept them. They didn't even come close. They would have never done it. And China would not have even thought about raiding Taiwan. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we won't let it happen. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers. From our government, we will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. And we will rout the fake news media. We will defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we will drain the swamp once and for all. We've made a lot of progress, but it's very good. And in closing, the great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, your vote, we will put America first. We will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I want to tell you about our straw poll. We want you to vote in the straw poll that will be seen by millions of people of who you want the Republican nominee to be. So, and it's brought to you by the Trafalgar Group. So please follow this QR code. We want to hear from you. And your voice will be heard by millions in the media of who you want the Republican nominee in 2024 to be. So please follow that link or download the Turning Point Action app. Second thing, special thanks to Fisher Capital, one of our amazing sponsors. Please go to the Fisher Capital booth and help them out. They're amazing people. We're very thankful. I want to apologize for the lines today. Not our fault, but you guys have been amazing sports. Thank you guys for your understanding. You guys have been just awesome. So thank you guys. And please, I know that some of you guys had long days. Thank a Turning Point staff member on your way out. They've also had a very difficult day and they've been amazing. Finally, we start tomorrow with Mike Lindell at 8 a.m. everybody. There will be no Secret Service tomorrow, so your entry should be much, much easier. God bless you much.
Door knocking and field work are not the best.
We love Scott Pressler, hardest working man in the movement.
Voter to vote for your candidate. So I mean, I would be remiss not to acknowledge that. But like for example, right now, I have people writing letters to 32,000 new movers in Pennsylvania, and I can tell you that within 3 days of writing letters to 18 voters, I checked within that time frame, and 3 of those unregistered voters that weren't in the system, all because of my letter, were registered Republicans 3 days later. So literally, for $5, I got 3 votes in Pennsylvania. Or, you know, it's probably less than that, but still, the ability to translate within that short time frame. Imagine if I did that and had people all over the country riding into Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. We could register thousands of voters very quickly. You know, so if you have any ideas for how we can, you know, mass produce something like that, because right now it's a little laborious for me, and the easier we can make it for volunteers, the more likely they are to actually follow through.
So if I were to take something like that, how do I connect with this one?
What I'd like you to do is please go to earlyvoteaction.com, and you're going to send a special note on there. There's like it says comment or note, whatever, and you're going to hear from a gentleman by the name of Augie. His name is August, but he goes by Augie.
So I'm with Log Cabin in Atlanta, and I was just wondering, would you come speak to our
I would.
little group?
And actually, one of your gentlemen reached out to me, young guy Blondie with Log Cabin.
That could be anybody.
I will go through my phone and.
Was he Georgia?
Yeah, Georgia.
Okay.
Atlanta.
Okay.
But no, I'm happy. I'm happy to do more
if you don't
events
mind.
like that.
I mean, I'll just DM
I'll give
you or
you
something.
or give you my cell.
That'll work.
Just don't record this.
I mean, you might want to. Yeah, you want to turn.
Can I get a fist bump?
Sure.
What's your name?
My name's Katie.
And where do you live?
Oklahoma, but I go to school in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Oh, okay. I'm coming to Tulsa, and that's going to be, I think, at the end of August. And what year are you?
I'm a sophomore.
But where are you registered?
I'm registered in Ann Arbor.
Good,
Yeah.
excellent.
I
And see,
didn't-
strategically,
Yeah,
right?
strategically,
Because
that
your
is
vote is going to
why.
count more in Michigan. Have it, yep. It's awesome.
Exactly, 100%.
Should we get a selfie?
Yes, please.
So,
By the way, how do you put your hair like that?
oh my gosh. So here's what I do. Do the Garnier Fructis hair oil. Don't put it everywhere. You're going to kind of put it underneath your hair there, and then you're going to do it on the ends, and then I flat iron, but don't flat iron forever. Do it over and over, because you don't want to burn your hair. But this is pretty. You don't have to do that.
Selfie. Could you take a picture, please? Wait, wrong way. There we go.
May I have permission?
Sure.
Cheese.
Wait, hold on. I want to try on my tippy toes. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Perfect.
Am I at his shoulder yet?
Huh?
Am I at your
You're almost at it.
Almost at his shoulder. Okay, do you want to tippy
Well, I asked that so people know that I'm not going to sniff like Joe Biden. So that's
That's a bullet.
important. Or we do another? Oh. Cheese.
I think I can get her. Yeah, she looks taller. Got it.
Thank you so much.
Some of these are hilarious.
You have a Sharpie?
Yeah. Oh, I took it off me. Actually,
Somebody here must
one of
have a
these guys
Sharpie. Roger, you should sign his forehead. Oh, you
Here, I got it. Let me grab
You
it.
got it, good. No, he got one, he got one. He's good, he got one.
Do I have a, can I get a,
Yeah, I think you should just do it on his forehead. You're Roger's thing.
I don't ruin their thing. Somebody give me a tag.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do it on his forehead.
I don't want to ruin your thing. Ron may not like me signing his head. Yes, thank you. Beautiful. Why do you wear lifts in your shoes with heels? And what's going on with my home insurance rates? Deluser.
Can I ask you a strategy question?
Sure.
For the French people, I saw you at the church at Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
What's the message you send to the
I sent him two. One, I asked him why he wears lifts in his shoes with heels to look taller. And then I asked him, what's going on with my home insurance rates? I mean, he took $4.5 million from the insurance industry. He passed a law that says if your home is destroyed in the hurricane and your home insurance is offering you pennies on the dollar, you can't sue them. If I had time, I would have left a third question. You took $9.5 million from Florida Power and Light. How come we got a 22% increase in our electricity bills? That's a quid pro quo. It's called bribery, and the little man should be in jail.
After Trump, do you think Ron DeSantis embodies the future of the Republican Party?
Over my dead body.
Why is that?
Because he's a backstabbing, treacherous little weasel. He was an undistinguished congressman who was never heard of. Donald Trump breathed life into his political career. He was at 7% in the polls. He was trailing by almost 50 points. Trump elevated him to the governorship, not only to the nomination, but changed his schedule to come to Florida 3 times in the final weeks to drag his unattractive, inarticulate ass across the finish line, and he rewards that by stabbing the President of the United States in the back. In this point, I honestly think since he's finished with the job of governor, we have a mosquito crisis, we have an insurance crisis, we have a utility crisis. They're teaching CRT back in the schools again, even though he told us they would not. He needs to come home and do the job, or he needs to resign.
I'm from Lee County.
Hey.
So, two of my favorite warriors with you. And
Well, I'm with you on half of that. Go ahead.
Lindell is like the general fighting the war front for election integrity. And Bannon's like the war room leader, but do we have in this country a point person like Lindell that is going after our lying, evil legacy TV media and augmented visibility filtering social media? Do we have someone that's a lead person like Lindell going against the media?
I don't
and
know.
do we need one?
Where do you think we auditioned for the job? I don't know. Were you a friend of Mike Thompson? No. Lee County? I know Mike.
Well, Mike's done some good things.
Yep.
But he puts out a lot of videos that kind of talk about, oh, you're making me look bad in front of DeSantis and name calling some of our REC members, and I think he needs to tone that down a little bit and get focused on.
I convinced the president to go to your dinner, and I was there that night.
I was there. I saw you.
It was a great
I hate to
dinner.
cut this short, guys. I gotta get mine.
All right.
There you're speaking Christian things, but then you accuse Ron DeSantis of having an affair with Emerald Robinson. Is that right? Do you have any evidence of that, Roger?
Chris, you need to get to psychological help. There's something wrong with you.
Roger, do you think that it was right for Donald Trump to say that he is now friends with Hillary Clinton?
They used to be friends, those two.
Roger, your speech was great.
Not what he said. Not what he said.
This is just
Chris.
not you, Roger.
Chris,
It's not you.
Get professional help, Chris.
The words out of your mouth.
I'll give you the benefit.
It's Fisher Cap. Yep. Okay, we can take a right out here. Hey, what's up, Will?
What's up, Brett?
Sorry.
He had an 11-month-old baby boy. He was posing as an adoption service for refugees. He said he goes to the women, because remember, Ukraine's under martial law, the men can't come out. The longer this war goes on, the more refugees it creates, the more destabilization it creates. And they go to the women with their babies, the most precious things in the world, our precious babies. And they go to them and they say, give him to us. We'll keep him safe. We'll send him to Paris. We'll send him to France. We'll send him to Rome. We'll put him in an adoption service. We'll give you $1,000 US cash as a finder's fee for helping us out.
One God. Yes, ma'am. You're awesome. What an electrifying event to come together and know that we have the power to unite and take everything back. Take it all back from the socialists and the communists and the dictators who want to destroy our country. And even in the beginning of this Congress, me and 19 of my friends and I, we even showed that we can take back our country from the DC establishment because we are professional rhino hunters. Of our great nation, because there are things that worry me. I get worried when I see young people advocating for delusional and anti-American economic systems like socialism and communism. I'm worried when I see Chinese Communist Party's spy balloons flying over our nation with a pathetic response by the White House. I'm worried when our foreign policy is in such shambles that it results in the deaths of 13 American heroes while surrendering to the Taliban. Even placing corrupt leaders like Zelensky above the great American people we all swore an oath to serve and protect.
Yes. That's right.
I'm worried when the son of the big guy is taking bribes to finance hunters' bad habits, and three-letter agencies are covering up for them. Speaking of, we've seen a lot of weaponization and covering up by these three-letter agencies. Does anyone know what happened with the cocaine at the White House?
It got snorted.
Well, guess what, folks? We don't have an answer because the investigation is already closed.
It's nonsense.
This is shameful.
Yes, it is.
Even to bring in Secret Service in front of Oversight Committee members. And we learned that this is not the first time drugs have been found in the White House under this administration. How much more are they covering up from you? I'm worried when I see all of these scandals and when terrorists and sex offenders are easily entering our nation thanks to Biden's open borders. I'm worried when American families living month to month can't pay their bills and have depleted their savings because skyrocketing inflation, overspending in Washington, D.C., and over-regulating, and the attack on American energy. I'm worried about a lot of things, but guess what? Ooh, that was like a Joe Biden whisper.
No way.
Guess what? I am hopeful because of you. You give me hope, you give me strength. Every time that I connect with you and hear your stories and hear your fight, I know that our nation has a strong future. It's because of all of you here today. You are fighting in the trenches in the war of ideas. Our ideas that are under attack. But I'm hopeful because even just this week, House Republicans came together. A lot of them didn't want to.
Oh, well.
But my friends and I, we proved that we aren't going to be bullied. We aren't going to be lied to. We don't care about the attack ads. We don't care about the pressure or the chairmanships or the status in DC. We care for you. And it's time that Republicans govern as they campaign.
Yes! That's correct.
This week we came together to authorize programs and spending in our military. We took actions to restore the integrity of our military. Took actions to remove the policies that are crushing recruitment because our servicemen and women don't want to fight woke wars.
That's right.
We even said, let's give these great men and women the largest pay increase they've seen in 20 years. To pay for traveling to murder innocent babies.
Yay!
There are Republicans who didn't want to take that vote.
Shame.
Those Republicans better be glad that they did. Because I and you would make sure that they did not come back to serve another term. If we can't stand for life, what is the point of this job? Besides, that's not where your tax dollars belong. Planned Parenthood can go fund themselves.
Thank you! Yes!
In this National Defense Authorization Act, House Republicans took action to provide for the reinstatement of our nation's heroes who were shamefully and wrongfully discharged for not taking an experimental vaccine. You all give me hope because right now your voices are encouraging my colleagues to take action to ensure that parents who are concerned about their children's education have a say in the curriculum that they're being taught. And our children will not be sexualized and groomed, and they will not have critical race theory in their schools. Because of your tenacity, the people who represent you are listening, and they know that you're watching. Because of your pressure, because of your love for our country, we took action to protect millions of veterans and gun owners by nullifying the ATF's unconstitutional abuse of separation of powers.
Yes, ma'am.
With their pistol brace law.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not a felon because you add a piece of plastic to a firearm.
Thank you.
You're an American, and now a damn good marksmanship.
Yeah!
They want you disarmed because they don't see you as free people. They see you as subjects. And that's why I have put my life on hold and left my 4 boys and my grandson to make sure that you have a voice across this nation to take a stand for your rights and your liberties. America is exceptional because of her people. Exceptional people in this room throughout the country. And I, for one, am very proud of American exceptionalism. And I know that you are too.
Yes, ma'am.
They've made very clear. We know he's not smart. We know he's stupid. But his dad will take care of it. And if you pay one Biden $5 million, you have to pay another Biden $5 million. This is the information that they want kept from you, and I am still standing here today calling on Christopher Wray to release those documents or be held in contempt of Congress.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
This is the glorious power about speaking out and using your voice. Last Congress, I was able to get rid of the Orwellian Disinformation Governance Board that they established to keep you quiet. Your words move mountains, and that's why they want your lips closed. If you're silent, you lose by default.
Yes.
We need leaders who are willing to stand up for the truth. There is no limit to the good someone can do when they refuse to back down and bend a knee to the lies.
That's right.
Huge, and I can't even go to Moscow for free pierogies, so this is kind of a lose-lose situation, but despite that, I'm going to keep on delivering this message. Here's the simple fact. We have all been told a series of lies about the war in Ukraine, and I think it's worth cataloging those lies to understand it, and then understand exactly what the truth is. So let's talk about those lies. Let's just go through them one by one. Lie number one: the Ukraine war is a fight for democracy. Democracy. We all like democracy, right? Of course, we think that people should be able to choose their leaders, and yet, just a couple of months ago, the head of Ukraine canceled their next presidential election. How can you be fighting for democracy when the country that we're supporting is refusing to hold a presidential election? That doesn't make an ounce of sense, ladies and gentlemen, and it's ridiculous that none of our leaders have called it out. Lie number two: Ukraine is a fight for human rights and for America's moral leadership. And what did Joe Biden do just a couple of weeks ago? Decided to send the Ukrainians cluster bombs. Munitions that are illegal in almost 100 countries across the world. We're sending them there. It's going to lead to the death of innocent people from both Russia and Ukraine. That's not an enforcement of America's moral leadership. That is an abdication of America's moral leadership. It's shameful for Joe Biden, and it's shameful for the Republicans who support it. Now here's lie number three. I hear this all the time. It's the most important lie because it's the thing that distracts us from the most important threat we face as a country, which is China. Lie number three is that if we defend the Ukrainians against the Russians, then we will send a message to China that they can't mess with Taiwan, they can't mess with the rest of East Asia. That's a joke, ladies and gentlemen. We all know, look, the people who are doing this, the people who are most in support of our Ukraine policy, they're like that guy Uncle Rico from the movie Napoleon Dynamite. Anybody see that movie? There's a lot of college students out there, at least I hope if you're a college student, I'm older than you, it's 38. If you're still in college, you're 38 years old, it's time to find something else to do. But ladies and a lot of the parents out there nod their heads, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, put the Ukrainian flag in their Twitter bio or their Facebook profile. They care far more about the people who live 6,000 miles away than they do about the citizens of their own country. We all know these people. Of course, I've been exposed to them a lot in the last 6 months because I've been in Washington, D.C. all about 6 months. But you know what I find so interesting about those people is how they never had that compassion for the citizens of their own country. For the mom who's mourning a son who died of a fentanyl overdose, for the young man whose dad has lost years off their life, for the troop who fought and bled and maybe died in a foreign land because America's leaders made a mistake. They never had that same compassion for the citizens of their own country. But what I'd ask you to do is to have that compassion, to have that love. When I say America is not just a nation of ideas, what I mean is this whole American project doesn't work unless you feel it deep in your bones, that love of your fellow citizens, of your countrymen. When you read about our great historical moments, you need to feel not just that they did heroic things, but that they were your people building something heroic that you and your children and your grandchildren deserve to inherit. I love you, man. Thank you. And I will say, there is no issue that these people with the Ukrainian flags in their bio are more obsessed with. They call it entitlement reform, but of course what they're saying is that they want to cut Social Security for the people who paid into it for a generation so that we can send more money to Volodymyr Zelensky in Ukraine. Do we want to do that? Absolutely not. And the one person who's standing against it on the national stage right now is Donald Trump. So here's my message to all of you, and here is our message to everybody who's listening, whether you're in this room or on television. If you want to immiserate our grandmothers and grandfathers to send another yacht to Volodymyr Zelensky and his administration, hell no, make America great again. Let's go and show up over the next few years. God bless you.
So you guys are going to get to do something fun today. You are going to be in our podcast that we are going to record here live. We're going to find out. So if you guys, are y'all ready? You ready? Yes. Welcome. It is the verdict with Senator Ted Cruz, Ben Ferguson with you. We are live at Turning Point in Florida with an audience.
From, say, a Joe Biden political speech. Each other.
They're not staffers.
And I feel relatively confident that neither one of us is going to wander off the stage looking for the Easter Bunny.
That's true. Or finding cocaine.
Or for that matter, let's just talk for a second. What the hell was Biden doing, like, biting that little kid? I'm sorry, that's weird. Just weird.
Yeah. It was weird. This is a week, Senator, and it's going to be a really fun week, especially for, I think, this country to see what's happening on the issue, you mentioned the Bidens, of Joe Biden, the Biden family corruption, and we're going to be sitting down with a man that knows a lot about this, James Comer, for a two-part series this week. You are not going to want to miss that on Verdict the Podcast. It is a phenomenal moment, I think, for this history this week to kind of hear from these whistleblowers. But let's talk about where we are going into this week, because these whistleblowers have risked everything. And I don't think people understand. They're risking not just their lives, they're risking their careers. They're going to be ruined if the Bidens have their way. And they're coming to Congress this week to say, here's what we saw, here's what we know, and here's what was covered up.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. This is a big week, as everyone here knows, because the folks here at Turning Point, y'all are engaged, you're following what's happened, you're informed. But I gotta say, the evidence that is coming out of Biden family corruption, it keeps growing and growing and growing. In this podcast, we do it 3 days a week. We do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And it is, every month we're getting just under 1 million unique listeners. We're beating And what's powerful about it is we try to walk people through and give them the... That night, Wednesday night, we're going to have James Comer, the chairman of the committee that is going to be having both IRS whistleblowers, is going to be a guest on Verdict. We're going to do 2 episodes. This is not about whether Hunter Biden is running around on crack with guns and prostitutes. He is. But if it were just that, it would not be an issue of national concern. The issue is, did Hunter sell access to Daddy, then the Vice President of the United States, now the President of the United States, And was Daddy corrupt? And the answer, the evidence at this point is overwhelming. Look, you look at the WhatsApp text that Hunter Biden sent, and I want to revisit it because this is as close to a smoking gun about corruption from the president as you're ever going to see. Here's what Hunter Biden texted to a senior Chinese communist official, quote, "I am sitting here with my father." By the way, count how many times you hear references to Joe Biden, not Hunter, Joe. "I am sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand," and now means tonight. "And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me," that's 3, "and every person he knows," that's 4, "and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father." 5. Now, I was asked in a congressional hearing, was that a shakedown? And he refused to answer the question. Look, that is as transparently a shakedown as you will ever see.
And it's not just the shakedown. It's the fact that we have evidence after the shakedown that it worked. You had $5+ million, Senator, come into a bank account, connected. We're able to figure it out.
And by the way, let's be clear. There are potentially defenses to this text. You could say it's fraudulent. Well, Hunter hadn't said that. He doesn't deny that this is a real WhatsApp message he sent. You could also say Hunter was lying. He wasn't, in fact, sitting next to Joe Biden, but he hadn't said that. The White House hasn't said that. They haven't denied that Joe Biden was an oligarch who owns Burisma. Mykola Zlochevsky, not a good guy. What we have seen now is an email that went on November 2nd, 2015.
Where do you want me to meet you? By the coffee?
So nice to meet you. I've tried to get you to our summit 3 years in a row. It's 2,000 people. We have base people, you know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And, you know, it's populace leading like you, and you're
that's
young.
So cool.
And I just love your message, man. So,
that's awesome.
I sent it to your comms team.
Oh, good.
Yes, I did. Woodlands Waterway, so it's really
okay,
beautiful.
awesome.
We'll try to make it really nice for you. So.
Oh, that's so awesome.
And
Thank
connect you with good people while you're here too. So we're a nonprofit, but I mean, I would try to make it like a good trip for you. So.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Senator, can I get a picture with you?
Yeah, we'll sit right over here.
And I'm going to tell you something.
Okay.
I really hated when they did that to the Wi-Fi.
Oh,
Baby, and
thank you. I hated it
I was
too.
so mad.
Me too.
Should we take a picture right here in the light?
Right here is fine.
Right here. All right.
Thank you. That's perfect. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Got it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You bet.
Much appreciated.
Hey, you bet. Absolutely. Yeah, real quick. Here we go.
I wish you were a majority.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Try to create, this narrative. America is on to their nonsense. They're not going to let them get away with it again. They can't hide from it anymore. That's how sick our mainstream media is right now. Have a little bit of that Trump genes. Like, okay, now we're fighting now, so what's like?
What's going on, Turning Boy? So good to be here with you, Kimberly. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Thank you. I said this is a slightly better welcome than what Asa, also known as Ada, got a few minutes ago. Ah, listen. Listen. I was impressed. He's made an incredible recovery since being murdered by Tucker Carlson on Friday. So it's good to see him here and recovering nicely. Hey, I'll say this. At least he had the balls to actually be here.
our absentee governor, who's been on a perpetual book tour. So, guys, why are we here? Because, well, true. Guys, we're here because we've seen the disaster that is the Biden administration. We've seen the disaster that is Democrat policy. We see that we are literally at the closest point and brink of World War III since the Cuban Missile Crisis. And no one cares. Well, yeah, you know what? It's interesting. I saw Lindsey Graham last week say, it's the #1 issue for Republicans. I said, you know what's kind of weird? I travel the entire country. I have yet to meet a Republican outside of the United States Senate who actually thinks it's the #1 issue. Or even a top 10 issue. We can't finish our border wall, but we have $130+ billion to send to defend Ukraine's border. Now think about that. What was it, like $3 billion left to finish ours? 130 to Ukraine. Now, that doesn't include the other $6 billion that just got lost last week. You know, there was an accounting error. $6 billion more for Zelensky and his oligarch buddies to become billionaires. Right? That doesn't include the $220 billion that the Pentagon lost a couple months ago. Remember that one? It's strange. The same government that wants to audit your Venmo account if you spend more than $600 seems to be awfully quiet about losing $220 billion. Like, what's $220 billion between friends? I remember a time where cluster bombs were bad and we're not supposed to use them or send them anywhere, but just last week it seems like now it's all the rage. It's wonderful again. Right? Like, it's hard to believe. We've seen the hypocrisy, and guys, I get it. Like, I understand where I come from, I'm pretty self-aware, but if I'm pissed off when I go to the grocery store, think about that. Like, I'm not supposed to notice, but if I do, imagine what that means to the average American family, what's going on right now. And this is what you get. Right? We're told Bidenomics is doing wonderful. I don't know where. I literally don't know a single person that's benefiting from any one of these policies, and yet they will continue. Thank you, sir, for giving me that opening. Well, according to Twitter, it was mine. Like, you have the world's most famous crackhead in residence. And somehow it was mine, according to Twitter. I haven't been there in like 3 years. I mean, think about that. Hey, I had a Secret Service detail. I've been through all the security protocols. I get it. My guys, who I stayed in touch with, many of them just dear friends, they're like, hey, dude, there's no way you would have gotten away with that. I go, I know. Luckily, I don't snort cocaine. Like, it's not my thing. But when I make fun of Hunter, then they go, oh, Don, you're a terrible human being. You're making fun of someone with addiction. I go, wait. Like, addiction does not absolve you from being a piece of crap throughout every other aspect of your life. No. I have a feeling that if it was the Don Jr. laptop from hell, you all would have heard about it. Right? I mean, you think that if I was videoing myself going 172 while smoking meth, I have a feeling magically CNN would find it to be relevant again. You got $1 billion from China, millions from Ukraine for no-show jobs, money laundering for Russian oligarchs with ties to human trafficking and sex trafficking. No big deal, it's Hunter, it's fine. It's totally fine, 10% for the big guy. I have a feeling if that was my text message, we'd be at like impeachment 37? I don't know, like where are we? I can't keep track, it's too many. It never ends, right? And those are the people in power. Those are the people deciding what happens to you, your children, your family's well-being, right? They are the arbiters of decency, according to the media. That piece of crap. I mean, think about it. Like, do you know, let's talk about this for a second. Do you know what my father would have done to me if it was my laptop? dad would have sent me to Gitmo. Like, you're right. Yeah. I think Hunter could have used some of that tough love from Joe, but it seems Joe only loves sniffing children and maybe Hunter's sister. Where's the lie? Again, another thing that if it was my family, it would be a problem, because I read about all the things that are supposedly problems. They're all bullshit, just like everything else they started, but it doesn't matter. And that's where we are. So, with Trump, you had peace. Right? Remember the CNN? Well, who do you want to win? I just want everyone to stop dying. Like, at what other time in history was that not the right answer? Or a reasonable answer? And yet they lose their minds. It's funny, I was having a conversation with Tim Ballot. He's going to be on my podcast. He's the subject matter. For the government while my father's in power, I would have been in Gitmo, as we say. And they tried to do that anyway. One was for like the Pebble Mine. I thought that was an important environmental thing. So I just said, hey, you guys should look at this because here's the other side of the story. And they canceled that, which could have been a fiasco and a disaster. The other was, I had met Tim Ballot in like 16, and he's telling me this story. I'm like, you know it's a problem, but you don't realize the volume. You don't realize the severity. You don't understand. Like, you can't even fathom that. And I remember, Tim goes and meets my father at the White House, and they're sitting there. My father announces they're gonna create a council looking at child sex trafficking and fund it with $200 million. The first person to actually do something about it. That's where we are. That's where we are as a country today. Where if Donald Trump says, hey, let's take care of the problem of child sex trafficking, all of a sudden, that's not a problem. We're not gonna look at that. We're for keeping it the way it is rather than doing something about it. That's today's Democrat Party. They're sick, right? They have lost their minds. And by the way, so have some of the rhinos. I mean, right? Asa, right? He vetoed the legislation that would have stopped the transition surgeries for minors in Arkansas. That's kind of a problem. Like, that's what you get when you have weaklings. That's what you get when you have people that answer to the left. They would rather be loved by CNN. Frankly, they'd like to be loved by all of, mainstream media, because even the conservative side has gone what we call rather soft. Right? There's a difference, right? With Trump, you can actually have that peace just like he was able to achieve in the Middle East. At any other time, that would have been the holy grail of geopolitical politics. But because Trump did it, all of a sudden, Middle East peace is bad somehow. You can't make it up, right? Same with North Korea. Remember that one? Trump's doing it all wrong in North Korea. I'm watching the news, I'm like, why? Why is he doing it all wrong? Well, because I've been head of the convoy for 40 years dealing with North America. What have you done? Since the Korean War, what have you actually accomplished? The answer was nothing. But it doesn't matter because there's no consequence for failure. There's no you get a promotion. Just like there's no consequence if you're a leftist lying before Congress or being Hunter and bringing Coke to the White House. Right? In fact, if you lie to Congress, whether it's Strzok, Brennan, McCabe, all these guys, they get promotions. They get contributorships. Jobs at CNN and MSDNC. So they can lecture you about morality and decency after lying to the American people, abusing their power, their authority, and making a mockery of our federal law enforcement. There's a difference. We saw in the last 2 weeks just how important that is. We saw the decisions in the Supreme Court overturning affirmative action. You saw, how awesome was it watching Joy Reid? It was the first time I've watched in so long, but it was so nice. Oh my God! I went to Harvard, and I would have never gotten into Harvard if it wasn't for affirmative action. I'm like, are you kind of, I don't understand. You're saying, I was not academically qualified. I was not particularly good at anything. I wasn't really bright, but I got into Harvard because of affirmative action. I go, hey, don't you think you took someone's spot who maybe actually deserved to be there? I'm waiting for Ashton Kutcher to jump out of a cake and saying that I'm being punked because I'm like, she's making my argument. It's so nice when they don't even know that they're owning themselves. Right? You saw a Trump-appointed judge down in Louisiana, Missouri, say that the Biden administration and any administration is not allowed to collude with big tech to influence an election. Or otherwise. You saw that with the Hunter Biden laptop where people lied and magically said it was Russian disinformation. You know, we've heard this before. Doesn't matter, they'll say it because there's no consequence. So that stopped. So everyone says, you know what? Well, if any conservative would have given us conservative judges. Really? How many? I want to sell you his diet plan because it's been incredibly successful. No, but remember, right? Even Reagan gave us Sandra Day O'Connor. George Bush wanted to give us Harriet Mier. That would have been a disaster. It's not a... You need that. It's so important because we're seeing the results of that now. As we get closer and closer to kind of crossing the Rubicon, becoming a socialist dictatorial regime, which it seems like we have, when we have a weaponized FBI, when we have an FBI and a DOJ that would call concerned mothers and parents domestic terrorists, for going to a PTA meeting and being concerned about the indoctrination of our children. When you have an FBI that seems to miss every actual terrorist, you know, they're on the list, but you know, they're woke or they check a couple boxes, so we can't actually look at them because somehow finding like bad guys would be like out of the job description. Instead of doing that, they're gonna focus on looking at Catholic churches because you must be a real extremist, right? They won't look at like trans terror because, I mean, if you're trans in 2023, you're like the most protected class in the history of the world. You can literally do anything you want and nothing will happen to you. We haven't seen the manifestos because, you know, I've heard all sorts of other terrors are terror except for trans terror. That's different, that's special. You get protected. And that's where we are, folks. We have an economy that's floundering. Interest rates are going through the roof. Wait till people's mortgages start resetting. You think you had pain in 08? You're going to see it again. You top that with inflation. You top that with the government forcing you joke like us. We need a little bit of diversity, so we're going to have a crackhead banker. The crackheads are underrepresented in the banking sector in China. So we're going to hire one, give them $1 billion just for diversity. I promise you, they are many things, but they're not stupid. And yet, no one even asked the question. No one asked the question, are we making decisions that could take us further into World War III because of stuff that maybe someone else has that we haven't even seen yet? Now think about that. You've seen all the stuff on the laptop. It's pretty damning. Imagine what, like, Hunter was like, I don't know, maybe this is too much to video. Like, you know what? That's a little far. I'm not going to video that. I'm sure someone has it. And now, you don't have to run for re-election after that. You don't have to please anyone in the swamp. You don't care because, in all fairness, those people have tried to put him in jail for 450 years. So, let's just say you may have something, a little motivation to go after and do it. But not just him. They tried to do it to me. They tried to do it to our family. They continue to try to do it to our businesses, whatever it may be. And that's fine. That's why the Uni Party is so against it, because that hurts their power, their ability to make decisions that benefit them and screw you and your families. They've been doing it for